El Dorado County. It's early. It is 8 a.m. on Tuesday, June 20th. And I'd like to call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And then I'd also like to recess into closed session. And so the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 44 and 45 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments on those two items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 44 and 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I don't see anyone in the boardroom.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, well, we will be back at 8:30. So thank you. All right. Good morning, El Dorado County. We are reconvening to open session. Welcome. Thank you all for being here early with us today, and would like to invite Pastor Drew Buell of the Cool Community Church. Thank you so much for being with us and for the invocation.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I apologize. Hold on, Pastor Buell. I neglected some of my duties.
No problem. I just want to note that the board did meet in closed session to hear items 44 and 45, and there is no action to report out.
Thank you very much. Perfect. All right. Now you're up, Pastor Buell. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's go ahead and have a word of prayer. Father, the Bible says that those who work on behalf of the government are ministers of the state. They are men and women whom you have sent to do what you would do were you sitting in their seats right now. And so as we approach yet another board meeting, we know that what these men and women are doing today is it's far more than managing budgets or establishing policies. God, this is holy work because it is work that you have assigned to these men and women. And so we pray that you would give these ministers of the state the wisdom of Solomon, the compassion of the Apostle John, and the heart of Christ as they govern. God, we also pray for the Sheriff's Department. We thank you so much for their leadership, their courage. We pray that you would help all of our men and women in uniform to know how much we appreciate them and how profoundly thankful we are for the increasingly difficult and dangerous work that they do. And finally, Lord, we just want to ask that your hand would be upon this entire team, really, that you would do good to the people of El Dorado County through the discussions and decisions that are made here this morning. For I ask it all in Christ's name. Amen.
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 Thank you for the beautiful invocation, Pastor. Great way to start our day. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to invite Supervisor Lane for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And with that, we come to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And I know the agenda looks daunting today. It's not going to be as bad as it looks. So are there any supervisors that have any changes to the agenda?
I have a comment.
Okay, comment, absolutely.
It's on number 9, which is the proclamation. And I just want to state publicly that I support the proclamation because it says that we will honor all efforts to provide opportunities for a life free from discrimination and prejudice and in support of equality and the pursuit of happiness. That said, attacks against Christians is not acceptable in my vein. What the Dodgers Pride Night has demonstrated is that there is evil in this world, and we all need to reject that. The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence and the demonstrations that were done there are totally in opposition to my faith and my beliefs. So I will not condone and I will not accept those types of activities. But the proclamation in and of itself is fine. Hopefully, the residents of El Dorado County recognize what all means. Everybody should have equal rights, pursuit of happiness without prejudice.
Amen. Thank you.
Number 9, I'm actually going to vote no on that. But different circumstances.
Supervisor Parlin, any comments or questions or changes?
No changes.
Supervisor Lane?
No changes.
All right, thank you. Public comments on the consent calendar, please. And as a reminder, if you would like to comment on the consent calendar, please let us know what item you are commenting on.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Ruth.
Good morning, Ruth Michelson, District 4. I hadn't anticipated coming up here for consent, but I cannot believe that a pastor of a church, Supervisor Turnbow, would not see all as equal and give recognition to all. The hypocrisy is glaring. And I don't think Supervisor Hydal, it's really necessary for you to give your personal beliefs about some personal issue. This is about this issue here in front of the board, and how you may feel about some Dodgers game and what happened or whatever really negates what this issue is. I find this greatly, greatly disappointing. And as the pastor said, the heart of Christ, to act in the heart of Christ. So if those people were to face you, could you act in the heart of Christ and say you were not passing this? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors.
Good morning,
Booth,
Lars.
Pollock Pines. I guess it would be number 9. There's 9 gifts of the fruit of the Spirit. And thank you for your comments. I don't take a side. Joshua 5:13. Joshua was the prophet of God. And he had an encounter with this man with a sword. And it was Jesus Christ himself that showed up to his prophet. His prophet didn't even know who he was. And he asked him, whose side are you on? You are on our side, the Israel side, or their side? He said, neither. He said, take off your shoes, for the ground you stand on are holy. America is a despicable, ugly nation filled with sin. I used to be there. So I can say I used to be there. But I had an encounter with the light of Christ, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He said, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. If I have an encounter with a lost soul, I don't care if they're whatever. I'm going to tell them to repent. If I need to repent, they need to repent. And I'm going to use the last minute and 48 seconds, and I'm asking God to move on this place. There's a Barnum survey, look it up, about Christian pastors. The number is somewhere between 50 and 62% watch porn. How much worse is it for people outside the church than for us? Judgment starts right here. You want to see what judgment looks like? Look at me. Hopefully it looks pretty decent. You want to see what the wrath of God looks like? Look at this. America needs to repent. Forget about the other nations. The Lord said, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. And I love David. This man right here also, I love David. I love King David. We've all been King David. Today's a day to stay on the right side. Go to people that are lost. I was lost. And I just asked the presence of God. He said, all you need is my presence. Yeah, 28 seconds. So I asked that, hallelujah, I'm going to milk this. Lord Jesus, move on this place like never before. Thunder in Colorado County. Hope, light, love, faith, and liberty. But we can't stay in the pig's pen. We need to repent. Go to the lost. I was once lost. And then let them be found by the Lord.
Thank you, Lars. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Good morning, Dawn.
Hi, Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park. I hope that you leave item 9 on consent and vote yes on it. I see nothing evil or wrong about it, and I see a lot of good and tolerance and love. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Move to approve.
Second. Okay, moved and seconded. Supervisor Lane was a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Just for clarity, it was adoption of agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Supervisor Turnbull will be voting no on item number 9.
Thank you, Kim.
Correct.
Appreciate it. I jumped the gun there. All right, perfect. We now move on to our 8:30 time allocations, which is number 34. And thank you so much to Sheriff Lykoff and Under Sheriff Golmitz for being with us today.
Item number 34 comes from Supervisors Thomas and Parlin in concert with Sheriff Lykoff, recommending the board approve sending a letter to the California Department of Public Health requesting they deny the 2023 reauthorization of Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition services for a syringe exchange program in El Dorado County.
Very
Morning,
grateful
Board.
to have you with us this morning, Sheriff.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, Sheriff Jeff Lykoff. This presentation, first and foremost, I want to thank each one of you for collaborating on this, and it seems like we've come together, and we're hopefully moving in the right direction on this. So this presentation is to address a harm reduction organization currently operating in El Dorado County. According to our homeless outreach team, prior to COVID, HOT saw very little evidence of Sierra harm reduction in the homeless community. Coming out of COVID in late 2021 and early 2022, there was a significant increase in Sierra harm reduction kits seen by HOT in our homeless encampments, to include large caches of hypodermic syringes and glass smoking pipes. With the reduction in homeless camps in the county, the frequency has gone down over the past year. I will show you photographs later on here that were taken of a homeless encampment in May of 2022. And this was the last time HOT recorded anything associated with Sierra harm reduction in the county. During the past 3 months, HOT has seen an increase in syringes in the field, however, but nothing with Sierra harm reduction's name on it. But I would like to note that Sierra harm reduction doesn't stamp each individual hypodermic needle or smoking device with the Sierra harm logo. However, the homeless population is telling us they are getting the syringes from Sierra harm reduction. At the Homeless Navigation Center, when HOT inquired where the residents were getting their paraphernalia, the general response was and belief was that the residents of the shelter were receiving paraphernalia from Sierra harm reduction. And it should be noted that Volunteers of America, who runs a shelter, does not allow Sierra harm reduction to deliver paraphernalia to the shelter. We inquired with our narcotics sergeant, who was contacted to see if his team had any recent experience in finding Sierra harm reduction supplies during their narcotics investigation. And we'll speak now to the narcotics division as it relates to Sierra harm reduction in South Tahoe harm reduction organizations. So if you look, this is taken from their website right here. This is their message that they put out to improve the quality of life by reducing the consequences of drugs, practical strategies and ideas aimed at reducing negative consequences associated with drug usage. They believe in the safety of our community. They improve the life circumstances for those who are using and addicted to drugs. And they work to build highly network collaboration of service providers, community training, education, delivery service, health testing and education, drug use supplies, and safe sex items and wound care. How do we go to the next one? Oh, thank you. What we found here is abundance of needles recovered by HOT in the upper right there, loaded and uncapped Sierra harm reduction products, which were present at 2 drug overdose deaths, and drug use supplies, which are readily available. And what we found is local drug dealers obtaining needles and loading them and selling them. If you look at that upper right-hand photo right there, off to the left, those are actual hypodermic needles that were obtained from Sierra harm reduction that have loads of heroin in them. Actually, could we go back to that? I'm sorry. The bottom 2 were items recovered at 2 drug overdose deaths. Let me talk a little bit about individual cases here. We had a case involving methamphetamine and heroin cells. During a search warrant, a subject was selling the preloaded syringes with heroin, as you see in the picture. The syringes were obtained from Sierra. During the investigation, revealed the syringes were obtained from Sierra harm reduction for free and sold pre-filled in the city of Placerville. Many of the people that this subject was selling these needles to were transients. Another case number 280, heroin possession. 2 subjects arrested for possession of heroin had the preloaded syringes and injection kits from Sierra harm reduction. When found, both advised they purchased the syringes preloaded. The next case is case number 22-423, methamphetamine and heroin case. During a probation search, the subject was found to be in possession of a large quantity of projects with the Sierra harm reduction labeling. Preloaded heroin and injection kits were prepared for sale during the use of those products. Additionally, methamphetamine oil burner style pipes from Sierra harm reduction were located at the scene. Next case is 22-5903. Overdose death investigation. A subject died from fentanyl overdose. Syringes and smoking paraphernalia from Sierra harm reduction were found at the scene. It is unknown that the products were used to ingest the fatal dose of fentanyl. Next case is 22-6700 and 22-6705. Overdose death investigation. Sierra harm reduction supplies found at the overdose scene. Those were the above photos. Tudor pipes and foil from Sierra harm reduction packaging were located at the within the decedent's vicinity. And it appears that the decedent used fentanyl with these supplies prior to or during the incident that resulted in the overdose death. In case number 23-445, which is a DEA Drug Enforcement Agency arrest, a search warrant involving a South Lake Tahoe subject. The subject is the CEO of record for South Tahoe Harm Reduction, a clean needle exchange and overdose prevention company. The subject identified himself as the CEO and director when he was contacted and arrested by South Lake Tahoe patrol deputies for possession for sale of a controlled substance and possession of a firearm. Patrol deputies attempted to contact the subject on another date, and he fled from our deputies at a high rate of speed, resulting in a pursuit that was terminated due to safety concerns for our community. The subject continued his criminal activity after his arrest and was indicted and arrested by the DEA in January of 2023 following a search warrant service at the house that yielded large quantities of fentanyl, cocaine, and an illegal firearm. The subject was not at home at the time of the arrest and fled to Nevada upon learning of the search warrant. The subject later led Nevada Highway Patrol and Douglas County Sheriff's deputies on a high-speed pursuit. This resulted in the subject crashing into an uninvolved motorist, causing them injuries. As of February 8th of 2023, this subject is still the agent of record for South Tahoe Harm Reduction Incorporated and has reportedly received grant funding for his operations. It's unknown of the status of his nonprofit organization as the subject remains in federal pretrial custody. Go to the next one, please. So we had one of our undercover officers go undercover and was able to connect with Sierra Harm Reduction. This is a message that they had put out on their social media about the treatment of medications. I can't even read that, it's too small. Suboxone and I can't even pronounce that. Buprenorphine. That they don't provide those medically assisted treatment medications such as these. However, if you are in need of these two things, they're definitely here to support, and we'll work with you to connect to a clinic that does and will help you immediately. Our CI, when they contacted them, reached out and asked if they could get this stuff for their addiction problem. They wanted to get clean, and they were told there were no resources for rehab or Suboxone clinics, and our CI was provided drug use supplies, fentanyl test kits, alcohol swabs, condoms, and lip balm.
Wow.
And this picture is frequently what we see at the homeless encampments, and which at times have been littered with hypodermic needles. We talked to one of our narcotics agents, spoke to a subject at the El Dorado County Jail who was in custody. The subject stated he and other local transients have obtained drug paraphernalia and Narcan from Sierra Harm Reduction. The subject says he and others have a phone number of individuals associated to Sierra Harm Reduction, and they place a phone call and they get drug paraphernalia delivered to them. The subject was asked if anyone distributing the paraphernalia provided them or any others with form of the drug, and they said they didn't. The subject said it is common for the homeless community and others to obtain their drug paraphernalia from Sierra Harm Reduction. You can go to the next slide. So this shows in the last 5 years, overdose deaths in El Dorado County. We've had 173 overdose deaths since 2019. As you can see, this year we're at 19 already, and we're projected for 38 As it relates to AIDS in our county, we have 209, and this is taken off our corner statistics, but right now we have 209 El Dorado County citizens currently living with the AIDS virus. And in 2020, there were 60 new diagnosed citizens diagnosed with the virus. Next slide, please. So drug and property crime, if you look at that graph right there, it shows that it's on the decline. However, I want to point out in 2020 and 2021, you see a spike in our drug reports. And that was on the heels of 2019 and losing Deputy Brian Ishmael in marijuana garden. So in 2020 and 2021, we did an all-out effort in addressing our illegal marijuana issues here in El Dorado County. That's why you see the spike in that. And marijuana has been steadily on the decline since that time. So, but there's other reasons why we see this on the decline, drug and property crimes. If you can go to the next slide. Why has crime gone down? Prop 47 and Prop 57, decriminalizing drug offenses. The severity of property crimes reduces. Prop 47 changed the law, made a $450 misdemeanor into a $950 misdemeanor. That's why you see the changes in enforcement. Corporate retailers have adopted policies not to enforce these thefts. They don't even report it now if it's below that. And mail theft. But I will tell you that mail theft is still very prevalent, but not always reported. And then also the severity of property crimes reduced in diversion versus sentencing for addictions. But we remain a total enforcement on crime and criminals. We get after it, and so does our DA. So next slide, please. The impacts on our community, and we've talked about this before, but just the financial impacts of increasing unreported shoplifting and causing the loss of revenue, and continuously responding to calls, which people are not held accountable, then they're released only to be arrested again for the same crimes. How taxing this is on our several different agencies, what we're dealing with out there with property crime and drug crime with our sheriff's office. We are constantly chasing these people and trying to keep our community safe. When we catch them, we put them into custody. This is taxing on our custody system. They go to court. It's taxing on our court system. It's taxing on our first responder system. As they have to respond to the drug overdose deaths, we have to respond to the drug overdoses. It's taxing on probation. So we have the programs and tools and resources available already here to help them overcome if they want the help. I wish they did. But we talk about the quality of life and, weighing the impacts of consequences of drug users versus the negative impacts it has on our community. You look at how many people we've lost due to drug overdoses and the deaths that we've had in our county as a result of that. Just the emotional impacts that it has on our families and our loved ones alone in our community, not to mention your first responders that have to go out and then live with the deaths that they see day in and day out. So I did talk with one of our narcotics agents, and I want to point out that another reason that you see the steady decline, I forgot to put this on that last slide to mention this, but during our investigation and interviews, it's become apparent that CR Harm Reduction has focused their efforts within the city of Placerville, specifically the Upper Broadway area, when the encampment was up there. They repeatedly set up their distribution sites across on the various transient encampments in the area. While this has had a direct impact on the citizens and residents of El Dorado County, through the proliferation of illicit narcotics use, it is difficult to quantify statistically the impact it's had on our county within the unincorporated areas because it was focused up there. Furthermore, any related crime statistics from the Placerville Police Department would not be represented in our reporting. So I don't know if there's another slide on that. You can go to it. Is that it? So as I mentioned before, we remain an agency that's committed to total enforcement on crime and criminals and total care for victims, our witnesses, and our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. And we so appreciate you being here with us and presenting what you're seeing from a law enforcement standpoint. And I know you have somewhere you need to be. So if you need to go, please feel free to do that. But before we have further discussion and questions, I'd like to provide a little bit of background from the board's perspective as to how we got there to support Sheriff Lykoff's statistics. And as a reminder, the California syringe needle exchange programs are provided for in two different ways. A local government can request them and authorize them, or the California legislature provides for it. And so Sierra Harm Reduction and Harm Reduction Services are here in El Dorado County by statute of the state. We have not requested them. And per the requirement of the authorization, there's a requirement for every 2 years for us to have an open meeting as to how the report on the status of the clean needle and syringe exchange program. And as a reminder, this board had that report last October 11th, 2022. And at that presentation, we received statistics on the illnesses and what we are seeing and what we're seeing in our community. At that time, the board was unanimous. It was a 5-0. It wasn't a vote, but we were unanimous that from the board's perspective, that the needle exchange and syringe programs were doing far more harm than good in our community based on our local data. And we also understood that Sierra Harm Reduction was going to be up for reauthorization. At the time, we thought it was January 2023. We later found out it is actually September 1st, 2023, so this year. And at that time, we also learned that any reauthorization by the state has to go through a process where they have to consult with the local government and local law enforcement partners as part of that reauthorization. And so looking ahead, Supervisor Parlin and I, and thank you so much for working, on this with me. We had a meeting with Sheriff Lykoff and Under Sheriff Golmitz to discuss what's happening from a local law enforcement perspective, as you so eloquently laid out today. And we saw that there is quite a bit of criminal activity as a result of these types of programs in our community. Following that, on May 18th, 2023, and all of this is in the staff report if anyone wants to read it in detail, our interim CAO, Supervisor Parlin and myself, along with Sheriff Lykoff and Under Sheriff Golmitz, had a really productive meeting with the state. And we met with Marjorie Katz, who is the director of the California Department of Public Health Office of AIDS. And we wanted to have an initial discussion about our request to not reauthorize these services as part of this process. And I'm sure you can weigh in on this, but I was incredibly impressed with that meeting where we all had an opportunity to lay out what we are seeing here in El Dorado County and to provide just an open dialogue with the state. In the letter that we are asking the board to sign as part of today's action, it's linked in the agenda item. What we learned is that from the California Department of Public Health's perspective, they operate in a what if mentality that there can be a rapid spread of HIV anywhere. And so from their perspective, these programs are important to just mitigate that what if. And as we shared with the director, we operate as a local government with a what is happening here in El Dorado County. And we have data and we have statistics. And so we laid out all of these things that Sheriff Lykoff said that we're seeing. And we asked them not to well, we didn't have the authority to ask them, but we requested that we let them know that we will be asking them not to reauthorize syringe and needle exchange programs in El Dorado County, and that we would be bringing it forward to the board, which we are doing today, for support for official letter asking this not be reauthorized. That's the action that is before us today. the turning point for me in that meeting was that she said that often harm reduction services are the only touch point with the unhoused population, and that these harm reduction services are there to build bridges and relationships, that when they are ready, that then folks can be linked into substance, treatment programs and help them with their addiction. What she found is we articulated with her is we have built very careful and effective relationships through the HOT team, through our law enforcement partners. The city of Placerville has their own crisis response team, and we have community partners through Marshall Hospital, through all of our networks that are also working with this community-based support for our unhoused population, that we have built those relationships already, and that we are there to help link them to whatever resources whenever they're ready. And she was actually very, very impressed with that, because she said most rural communities do not have that. And so I have also spoken with the city of Placerville, as you noted, Sheriff Lykoff, that your data doesn't include their data. And their experience through Chief Wren is very much your experience as well. And the city council will also be revisiting this. So our goal is to have a unified letter from the Board of Supervisors, and then the Placerville City Council will also revisit this. That is part of the reauthorization process. We will have already had a formal request. And I asked in that meeting if the state had ever denied a reauthorization, and they've done it 3 times. And so we're hoping to be the 4th. So that's a little bit of background, and the letter is in your packet that we're asking the Sheriff Lykoff and myself to sign on behalf of the board. So Supervisor Parlin, do you want to add to that?
Just for clarity, in our meeting with the state, they only reach out to the public health officer and law enforcement.
Right.
The local government's left out. So that's why we asked her in our meeting, well, what if the local government submitted comments through law enforcement in a cohesive manner? So that's why we decided to do this collaborative letter together, because we're so on board and on the same page that this program is doing more harm than good in our community. And I remember last October when we asked the person that was presenting, he could not give us any data to show anyone that he had helped, overcome addiction or overcome homelessness. And that, in my recollection, was why the board was so unanimous that we really need to do the best that we can to stop this in our county. And we are building those support systems. And remember, we had our presentation, we get so many from HHSA, but they said that on average, you need to have 97 touches with a homeless person to gain that trust, right? So we're doing that with the HOT, the PERT, all of our partners. And we don't need this organization just mucking it up. So thank you for your leadership on this, Sheriff. I really appreciate it, and for carrying our message through you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
First of all, I took the time to go back and watch that meeting.
Thank you.
Back in October, and it was a couple hours of hearing. And so I'm trying to catch up on this issue. You mentioned a couple times the city of Placerville, and you mentioned Marshall Hospital. Is the city of South Lake Tahoe Police Department been wound into this? Is the police departments feeling similar or experience similar? And has Barton Hospital been brought into the loop as well?
I have not had any discussions with their chief about it.
And that's we can certainly follow up with that on that.
Yeah, I think that's important, because sometimes we experience the same and sometimes we experience something different. And with our tourist base, it always adds a different element to it. So I would very much like for them to be included. I just checked to see who was online. I didn't see the chief of police online or really anybody from the city. So I'd like for them to be brought into this conversation.
And at this point, I think it's appropriate as a District 5 supervisor that you were brought into this. And unfortunately, the Brown Act, precludes us from chatting about it prior to our board meetings, and Supervisor Parlin and I were working on this. So
Right.
following this, I'd very much like to work with you, to engage the city of South Lake Tahoe in this, because we certainly have time for that.
Supervisor Lane, I will comment that our hot team has been up there and has done work along with our patrol deputies in the homeless encampments up in South Lake Tahoe. And what we've experienced up there with the hypodermic needles and the harm reduction type stuff is very much the same.
Yeah, that's what I was going to add, is that I remember one of your data points was very specific to Tahoe. Actually, it was a big kind of a sting bust on what they were doing up there with this paraphernalia from Sierra Harm Reduction. So in my mind, it was like, yes, we have data. It's a data point that Tahoe is also suffering from this entity being here. So.
Well, and you mentioned you're going to get a letter also. This is going to go before the city council for the city of
They're going to do
Placerville.
their own action. Yes.
And so shouldn't the city of South Lake Tahoe be asked to do similar one way or the other? They can take the same position or they
Right.
might take a contrary position. Okay,
Good. So we'll engage. We'll work
Perfect.
to engage
okay, thank you.
in your district. Perfect. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel, Turnbull?
Yeah, I did reach out to Surrey Nelson Marshall Hospital to find out if they had any local statistics on the prevention of AIDS spreading and hepatitis and those kinds of, and they did not have any specific data. In general, they understand the value of having clean needles, et cetera, but they couldn't prove with any kind of measurement that it's affecting in El Dorado County. So I think we are a microcosm of what happens across the state. And so we have to look at El Dorado County as our local area. And is this a favorable or an unfavorable program for our local area? And my conclusion with the data we have right now is it's not a favorable program for our constituents, for our area. That may be, different than other counties or regions, cities, whatever, but that was kind of my end conclusion from it. So just wanted to add that I did reach out to them to try to get some input.
Right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the biggest thing is I've been against this from day one, and you all know that. And the tough questions that I asked this person, and he didn't give me the answers that I needed. And the thing is, we cleaned up a lot of homeless camps, and finding the needles and stuff in these homeless camps, it bothers me to the fact is what if children get around, engage with these things and find these needles? It's not a good thing for our county. It really isn't. And the thing is we gathered a lot, and there's been buckets, of needles that has been, we found in these homeless camps. And the thing is when you're talking about fentanyl and you're targeting that, especially with our young children and stuff. And there's been some dear friends, that I know too, that have lost their child because of it, the overdose of it. And we need to prevent this. And this just, to me, enacts more drug use, especially when you can get the paraphernalia from these kits. And I'm totally against it. I really am. And I think we need to look to the future here at El Dorado County and set an example, especially to the state.
Can I add one more point?
Of course.
I did a town hall meeting about 2 years ago down at the food bank, and we were talking about the homeless, and I brought up the point of Sierra Harm Reduction. At that point, I don't think anybody really knew what Sierra Harm Reduction was. And there happened to be a employee of Sierra Harm Reduction that was in the crowd, and I didn't know that. But was speaking of the fact of how many needles they gave out. And one of the things they put on their website, that having a clean needle exchange program lessens the chances of a first responder getting dirty poked by a dirty syringe. I disagree with that. That's their opinion, but I highly disagree with that, because the person that was there commented that they had given over that year, they had given over 100,000 hypodermic needles out in El Dorado County. So I would beg to differ that by putting tons more hypodermic needles out in the community, how that lessens the chances of a first responder getting dirty poked. I think that increases the chances, because I think they're using it to ingest narcotics into their system. And when people do that, it clouds their judgment and they don't make the best decisions in the world. And that could be to put a uncapped dirty hypodermic needle back in a pocket or something that we come into contact with when they need help, or a first responder trying to help them that is going to get dirty poked by that needle. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other questions for the sheriff?
I have just one additional comment, and you guys are probably going to be surprised by it, but I do want to thank Mandy Rodriguez for actually going out on the street and looking for this. She found it so easily. She asked questions, and her concern, she brought it here, I think, during an open forum, and really highlighted what was going on. Like you said, with your informant, you know, their website says one thing, but people on the street, like your informant, encounter completely different things than what they promote that they're doing. And so I do have to say thank you to Mandy for really highlighting that for us.
Agreed.
And I think that
Sure.
got us, it lit a fire.
Agreed.
So thank you.
It was an aha moment.
It really was.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, Kim, let's take a public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is it on?
Yes,
Ruth
it is.
Michelson, District 4. You know, what a difficult subject. None of us feels good about drug addiction. And those of us who are high functioning in this world, who get up, who come to work, who take care of tasks, we would never think of doing this to ourselves. Also, probably those of us in this room are not addicts. A lot of people think, well, you know, just stop using, you know, muscle through it. Addiction, I know a lot about addiction. I was a therapist. I worked with drug addicted people, and it's an illness. You know, many of us can have one drink and have a social drink, for instance, and that's fine. And then we stop. For some people, one drink means the whole bottle, 2 bottles, 3, because it's a problem that they have. It's a chemical problem. So I listened to what everyone had to say here, and I listened to the sheriff, and I appreciate his report. I have to say, I have some questions about cause and effect. It's hard to summarize quickly. It's a statistical issue. I was raised by, my mom worked for the Department of Public Health. She was an epidemiologist and a biostatistician. So when you're raised in the way of questioning things, it carries on with me. And I check my time. You know, cause and effect, to say that we're 2 drug overdoses, there was this harm reduction materials. Well, if there weren't the harm reduction materials, how many deaths would there be, and other illnesses that would be through the use of needles? And I have to question the sheriff when he says 100,000 doesn't mean people aren't using dirty needles. Can you tell me that if there was only 1,000 needles, there won't be a lot more dirty? I mean, it's an issue of course, there are fewer dirty needles out there. I'd love it if no one used needles. I'd love it if there was no one shooting stuff into their bodies. I find that abhorrent personally, right? I respect my body. I was raised to respect myself and to think with a clear mind. But I think we have to get past our personal feelings of sometimes disgust about the whole situation, the whole drug situation, and realize these people, and only 52% of them are homeless. This is across socioeconomics. This is not just people on the street. Well-heeled people are drug addicts. And if we're keeping people alive by helping them through this harm reduction, I think we have to consider that. Yes, we'd prefer no one be a drug addict.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Leo Bennett Koshoan, Shingle Springs, Pollock Pines. I've written a 4-page letter. Don't expect you to read it now. It's addressed to you and Ms. Ross. In summation, I watched the same video in October, and it was a 15-minute presentation by Tom, the CEO of Sierra Reduction, 45 minutes of tough interrogation led by Supervisor Turnbow, and 30 minutes of public comment where unfortunately Mandy called Tom a public servant scum. My understanding of limited public forum is the chair can contain comments. I'm vulnerable now. I'm asking you to consider that. Sierra harm reduction serves the West Slope. I saw Tahoe harm reduction, which is an entirely different group, not listed on the current approved services by the state. And Sierra harm reduction received a 108% reduction, which means all those needles they passed out, they got needles back plus more. I support Sierra harm reduction and its state-supported evidence-based syringe exchange program for some of our most needy and at-risk neighbors. As stated, this is an illness. Their data indicates they saved 309 lives. How are we going to replicate that? They saved that with all of our current programs. My contention, Supervisor Parlin, is they're not muddling it up. They're augmenting, they're adding. Everything can be supported, but throwing out tools that are so critical, in my opinion, is not logical, not data-based. I asked for the data, Supervisor Thomas. There is no data attached to this agenda item, and my public record request was not able to be filled. I hope somebody can facilitate what is stated in the letter that the board reviewed the data they requested in October. I can find no record of a public review. That's why I did the information request, and no record of that data available for public review. That's an enormous concern of mine. I met my wife in an intentional community before we had these models, before we called it substance use disorder. We called it colloquially Skid Row, bums, addicts. We didn't know it, but based on our Christian faith, we were providing housing and meals, which is harm reduction. And I'm here to tell you that you do need to touch people. You need to touch them multiple times. And God bless health professionals and law enforcement. But people like me and Johanna and other people and George, touching as Christians, touching as harm reduction specialists, those are all part of the 90, and 90 is an average. Some need 1,000. And lastly, most of my touches died.
Comments. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. All right, ready to go online, Kim?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good morning.
Oh, I actually did not mean to click the button, but I just want to applaud you guys for trying to get this out of our county. I agree with everything that's been said by Jeff, and I hope that we can stop this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And your puppy too.
Yeah.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mandy.
Good morning. Well, I am just ecstatic. And, you know, when I took that video, I didn't know what would become of it because I had been told, even by the guys that work for Sierra Harm Reduction, nanny, boo boo, we get funding from the state and you can't take it away. And so I was like, can we just, you know, figure out a way to not let them just roam around the city or around the county and just give out. So this is give out needles. And this is just above and beyond. You know, crack pipes don't poke, you know, crack pipes don't really spread AIDS. And that was the whole purpose of the needle exchange program, is to stop hepatitis and AIDS. And then it turned into crack pipes and all this other stuff. And it was unbelievable how easy it was for me to meet this guy. And, you know, one thing that I do agree on, you know, we keep going back to homeless. Well, we see homeless as addicts because they're in our face, but there are many addicts that are functioning addicts and they go to work every day and you would never know. One of them was my ex-boyfriend who died about 7 years ago. He OD'd, and this was in Venice Beach. He OD'd on methadone and God knows what else. And Joey was a high functioning, high working person. Like, you would have never really known he was an addict until you saw the signs. I never was around drugs. I never saw the signs. And so that's why this is so important to me, because I didn't know that I lived with an addict, and a lot of people don't. And so it's not just homeless. It could be your kid just trying a drug. Even fentanyl's even in the marijuana. So before I run out of time, I also want to say, when the CEO of, or whatever he is, of Sierra Harm Reduction spoke, I think Supervisor Turnbow had asked him if you come in contact with fentanyl, if you could OD, and he had said no. Well, that is a blatant lie, because in October of 2020 or 2022, there were 5 sheriff's deputies out of Douglas County that came in contact with fentanyl. And it says in the paper that they came in contact with them, but the story is actually that they were ODing and they had to give themselves Narcan in order to not pass out. So that story is a lot deeper than people realize. So yes, just coming in contact with fentanyl is enough to make you OD. And luckily those guys had Narcan on them, or it would have been a lot worse. So I'm just ecstatic, and I'm glad that we can all come together and agree on this one thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning. I'm really asking our Lord to please guide my mouth right now. Ruth and Lyle, I appreciate your words, but I would like to share that once again, I am the mother that walked the shoes of an addicted son. So I think I have a little bit of authority here to understand the world of addiction. And it is ugly, yes. And it is messy, yes. But I would like to commend my dear friend Mandy Rodriguez, and also add Jill Boswell and others who we got together and sent these women out, posing as addicts needing their fixes, including my daughter, who called while 7 months pregnant to arrange a pickup for her drug supplies. And not once were they offered help. Not once were they offered to see if they could get them some resources to help them with their addiction. Jill Boswell, going in as a soccer mom with her little soccer mom shirt and her cross around her neck, was given a bag full of drug supplies. No questions asked. No, this is not okay. Not okay. What helps addicts, as everybody says, is the word, and it is the truth, and it is called rock bottom. And thank God for our sheriff's department, who takes that seriously and understands the value of what that means, rock bottom. Had somebody in today's world, I am thankful, thank you, Jesus, that my son went through addiction when he did, because I have no doubt I'd be planning a funeral. No doubt. Because now it's gotten worse with the fentanyl-laced marijuana, with the fentanyl-laced injectables. It's definitely killing people, and giving them the unloaded gun is not the way to solve the problem in this county. I had the pleasure with Todd White and others from the Central Committee to join the HOT team in cleaning up that encampment in the back of Cameron Park. And let me tell you, it was heart-wrenching. I have video, I have photos. I would love to share them, but I'm sure you have no doubt I'm speaking truthfully. Giving people an empty gun does not solve the problem. They will find the bullets, and eventually they will kill themselves or they will kill others. So I thank you for supporting Lori, George, John, that realize that this is not the route for El Dorado County. This is not the program for El Dorado County, and let our sheriffs guide us through this awful, awful epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Allie Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Allie Jones, and I'm here to comment in support of the work of Sierra Harm Reduction. I've seen firsthand the value of harm reduction in our community and the positive influence of Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition. I've seen the positive effects of the relationships built by the coalition and the impact those relationships have on community members suffering from addiction. Respectfully, I feel as though the letter presented for consideration of providing a holistic representation of the work of Sierra Harm Reduction. I feel as though it's reductive, at times inflammatory, and short-sighted. First, I would like to point out that the letter provides a narrow scope of the services provided by the coalition. Beyond needle exchange, the coalition provides a number of other harm reduction items, including fentanyl test strips and Narcan. These supplies and the ability to test drugs before use or provide a rapid response has been proven in countless accredited journal articles to significantly reduce death from drug overdose. Second, the examples cited in the letter as to incidents where supplies from the coalition were misappropriated excludes the countless times they were used properly and effectively. The good work of the coalition is lost in this letter, and the anecdotal evidence provided denies a fair representation of the work. Third, the letter refers to the Navigation Center and Emergency Shelter, as well as the HOT team and sheriffs, as the only necessary contact for the unhoused community to reduce harm and navigate their situation. I bring this up not to diminish the work, but to point out that this doesn't have to be the only option, and community coalitions like Sierra Harm Reduction provide additional support in these matters. Not everyone is comfortable talking to the cops, especially about drug use. We should create safe paths for all community members to seek harm reduction services. Lastly, I would like to state that the letter focuses on the unhoused members of our community as the sole recipients of the services provided by the coalition. It states that the board and the sheriff intend to tackle the what is. It's not a pleasant reality to accept, but the fact of what is that members of our community in every demographic, regardless of their housing situation, use drugs. Neither the sheriff's department nor the board has the ability to eradicate drug use, and we should continue to support anyone willing to help reduce the harm of drug use in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ally.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. At this point, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments or action.
If there's no further discussion, I'll move to approve, but Supervisor Lane?
Go ahead. You can make your motion.
So do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Final comments?
Yes, under discussion, I think it's really important, some of the comments that have been made. One of the things that crosses my mind coming newly into this is, are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater? It's clear to me from the evidence that has been demonstrated from the sheriff's department relative to the West Slope that Sierra Harm Reduction's paraphernalia is being misused. And where that misuse is occurring is not evident to me. How a drug dealer is getting large quantities of their needles and loading them with drugs and then selling them on the street is a problem, but I don't understand, how and why it's occurring. And I don't think we have any information as to how or why that's occurring. I certainly agree that this is across economic sectors. It's not just the homeless, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, sex addicts. I mean, it's all part of our society, and how we deal with it as a county is important. Just saying we're going to get rid of this program because we have evidence that it is adding to use of drugs that are illegal, doesn't deal with the underlying problem. So, one of my questions to the board is, how are we going to deal with the underlying problem? Are we just going to continue to leave it with the sheriff's department and the good things that you've educated me on, that the West Slope employs down here? I'm very concerned that this letter absolutely leaves out my district. There's no mention of the city of South Lake Tahoe. There's no mention of our data. There's no mention really of data in this letter, but I'm concerned because you only mention Sierra Harm Reduction, and that's not the entity that serves this program up in the South Lake Tahoe area. So I would like to ask, you have a motion on the floor to approve it, and I can abstain at this time and ask that the city of South Lake Tahoe and the majority of my district be brought into this fold, or we could delay action and ask that happen and bring it back. It's probably not your preference, but it's a little bit of a problem for me that we're not a part of this larger discussion. So is that clear as mud?
No, thank you for your comments.
It is as clear as mud. And I honestly, I did not go back and watch the video again because I felt we'd moved on from that with our looking at things. And
Right.
I just do remember, and I don't know how else to say this better, but I do remember Supervisor Novosels's full support for moving in this direction at the time, the way things were presented, the way that we were able to ask the question. It just felt like this particular organization, and that's what the letter is about, is not reauthorizing this organization, what they say they do versus what happens on the street. We just heard it again from public comment. They're not the same.
Right.
And so we're asking that this organization not be reauthorized. And if we want to look at other organizations in the future, but we need to represent what's best for our community. And we asked the hard questions, and he was not able to show us any evidence that he'd helped anyone.
Well, and with that being said, we are part of El Dorado County.
Yes.
We are not separate from.
Right.
But we have been separated. So
See, I guess I don't see it that way, but I hear what you're
well,
saying.
has anybody looked in, the sheriff presented some information to me when I met with him one-on-one, which I appreciated. And he's reiterated that information. It's reiterated in this letter about Tahoe harm reduction, of which the CEO is part of the problem, it appears.
Mhm.
But the county has taken no position on Tahoe harm reduction, but you've taken a very strong stance against Sierra harm reduction. So I'm feeling outside of what we're doing.
So you want us to take the same lens and look at the Tahoe one, because that's a separate organization, but related, correct?
Right. I mean, there's
Yes.
multiple mentions here of El Dorado County, El Dorado
Yes.
County. This is not good for El Dorado County, but Sierra harm reduction does not service District 5 in Tahoe.
So
Okay.
my,
I hear.
That
thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. My understanding is, and Sheriff Lykoff, you mentioned this, that Sierra Harm Reduction is the only organization that is, and maybe I understood this incorrectly, that is authorized by the state, that the Tahoe Harm Reduction is a nonprofit that is not authorized in the same way by the state. Was that my understanding?
I'm unclear on that. I don't know
Okay.
the answer to
Yeah.
that question. All I know is you can Google South Tahoe Harm Reduction and it pops up and they have services up there in South Lake Tahoe.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So we can further look into that. And so, and the presentation that we got last October specifically was Sierra harm reduction. So that is why we focused on it. So I get what you're saying. I think I understand that you want us to look further beyond this, correct? Beyond, you're not opposed to us asking the state not to reauthorize Sierra harm reduction, but you want to look and see if the Tahoe one also should perhaps be looked at, if it's doing more harm than good. Is that what you're
Engage with
saying?
the city
Yeah,
of South Lake
okay.
Tahoe.
and engage
the local law
and
enforcement.
engage with the locals. Yeah.
Okay.
So I am saying that 100%.
Right.
The other void that I'm not hearing a response to yet, but that I think we need to address is the program has good intentions. It's been demonstrated that there are questions as to how it's been implemented.
Mhm.
So not authorizing Sierra harm reduction as an implementer because of the issues is one thing, but is the program, is there another nonprofit out there that is doing a good job? How do we service the problem? We're we're throwing away the state's program without coming behind it with any kind of solution. And I'm a little bit concerned about that.
Sure. I get what you're saying. And the 97 touches that it takes to build those relationships and all that, that's part of what our other nonprofits and organizations do also while they're out there.
Exactly.
And when they do those touches, it's to say, hey, there's alternatives. We offer you services. That's what those touches are about, building the trust. What we heard from Sierra Harm Reduction specifically is that they're not doing that. They're just offering the paraphernalia and not really referring people to services. So even though their website says they do that, that's not what they're doing.
Well, and I did hear the executive director in his information that he provided the board back in October, was that ultimately that is their goal, is to get people the help.
Correct.
And this
that's
is
what he said.
That is right. And a lack of data demonstrates that at this point, but to other people's points, where is the data? If you contact Marshall Hospital and say, how many pathogen illnesses have you documented? And they say we haven't, that's weird in my mind. Like, where is the data then? And are we making a good decision? Are we making a good decision specifically with regards to Sierra harm reduction? Everything I'm seeing and being told is that they're not implementing the program in the manner in which maybe is being helpful on the West Slope of El Dorado County. But does that mean that the program in and of itself is bad? That's where that's not before us.
Correct.
But I think it should come before us. How are we going to deal with a population that affects quality of life in El Dorado County and their own personal quality of life? How are we to help?
I mean, as we mentioned, those issues are already being dealt with in our community-based response through the HOT team, through our community partners that are embedded in that. We are very much addressing everything that you talked about in those community responses. So that's already in place. I do see our CAO has a comment.
Just to add one point of clarification, and it was something that you said that I was under the same assumption that Sierra Harm Reduction is the only authorized reduction coalition in the county. And so looking at the Department of Public Health's, California Department of Public Health's website, that confirms that assumption that we both had. So there is not a recognized Tahoe reduction.
And that is why this is before us. So that was my assumption as well. Thank you for clarifying that. Supervisor Heidel.
I'd just like to point out that the letter does go on to say Sierra Harm Reduction services and activities on the west slope of El Dorado County. So even though it talks about El Dorado County as a whole, it clearly states that Sierra Harm Reduction application is only to the west slope. So to me, the letter stands with clarity with respect to misinterpretation. So from that standpoint, I agree with you. We probably ought to follow up and look at Tahoe harm reduction, really understand the specifics there. But in my opinion, the letter, the way it's presently configured, is adequate to send the proper message.
And then Sheriff, just a point of clarification, is not Sierra Harm Reduction also providing services in the basin?
Your question is
Please come up to the microphone, Sheriff. Thank you. So we can capture your comments.
Get my steps in today. So the question is Sierra Harm Reduction providing services in South Lake Tahoe? I don't know the answer to that. Do they go up there? Do they deliver? If someone in Tahoe called them and wanted a hot kit or they wanted hypodermic needles, would they go up there and deliver? I don't know if they would or not. I don't know the answer to that question.
So in my mind, we have a motion and a second on the table. Great discussion. And I can see that because Sierra Harm Reduction is the only authorized entity by the state, that's what this item is about. And like I said, like you pointed out, this does talk about the West Slope. I could see if the board were to move forward with this letter, that would not preclude us from then also engaging the city of South Lake Tahoe and the police chief up there and, deciding if we wanted to have another letter from the Board of Supervisors, talking about harm reduction services in Tahoe, recognizing that they are not authorized by the state per this item. I think that's a different response. And, we would, if you wanted to bring something forward for the board to consider on that, I would be happy to work with you on that as well.
But I do think that Sierra Harm Reduction operates in the basin. And if they're in conjunction with this nonprofit Tahoe Harm Reduction Incorporated or not, I don't understand the relationship there.
Yeah, it seems like it needs further exploration.
It really
quite
does.
honestly,
Yeah.
to see what's going on there. But I still feel that what we have before us stands on its own, and is on the right path of, sorry, I just got really tired. I'm sorry. I lost my words, but
Okay, yes.
yeah, I made the motion. Let's get this done.
All right. So could you read the motion or just to approve?
It's just basically approve the item as presented.
Thank you. All right. So all those in favor state aye.
Aye.
No?
I'm going to abstain
Okay.
for a lack of data for me
All
to
right.
make a good decision.
Thank you. So motion carries. So thank you, Sheriff, for being with us and Under Sheriff Goldberg.
Thank you,
Sheriff. Thank you.
Appreciate the discussion. All right, so I know we have a jam-packed agenda. We're going to move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation, and then we'll hear the 9:30. However, we're going to take 35, 36, 37, 38 as one unit. So Kim, do you want to open us up for that?
Sure. Just for clarification, I'll read each item into the record.
Okay.
We'll hear the discussion together, but then we'll take individual votes on each item.
Sounds good.
Okay. 35 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on an annual written report of benefit assessment / service charges for the zones of benefit within County Service Area 2 for road improvement and maintenance services. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Number 36, a hearing from the Department of Transportation and Environmental Management recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment / service charges for the zones of benefit within County Service Area 3 for vector control and snow removal services. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Item number 37, hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment / service charges for the zones of benefit within County Service Area 9 for providing certain services, including road improvement and maintenance, drainage facility improvements and maintenance, landscape maintenance and street lining and/or wetland-related services. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. 38, a hearing from Environmental Management recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of waste management fees, County Service Area 10, and two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report.
That was a mouthful. That was a mouthful. Thank you. And at this point, I will open the public hearing. So do we have any presentations on any of these items? So no, it's just this is a routine item. Any questions from the board at this point? All right, so let's take public comment on items 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Now taking public comment on items 35 through 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi again, Lyle Bennett, Coshon, Shingle Springs, Pollock Pines. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'm not sure which district overlaps with those transportation areas. So should I just make comments about Pollock Pines and Shingle Springs? Is that all right?
Sure, that's
all right.
Just fine.
So they're very brief. I have a dearly beloved son that relocated here, loves the area, but he doesn't live with me. And he doesn't live with me because he really wishes there were safe trails and roads for him to walk on that he could reach without getting on our wonderful roads for cars, but with no shoulders. That's his big complaint. So like, it's either improve the system so I can walk out of my house in downtown Placerville and get on a trail and not have to drive my car or, God forbid, ride my bike. That's his feedback. And then my feedback, When I go visit my wife and family in Pollock Pines as I transition Shingle Springs to another family member, thought I was retired. I don't like that road, especially at night. It has very poor reflectors, smog, and our next door neighbor lost his wife to a head-on. So it's on my list to go ask for the data and all that, but I just wanted to mention maybe someday a better trail system, which may not be transportation, or slightly wider shoulders and better reflectors, lighting for when weather is not conducive to safe driving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, let's take on.
Still love the transportation.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. At this point, I will close the public hearing on these items. And let's take item 35. Do I hear a motion?
I'll second.
Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Heidel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. We'll take a motion on item number 36.
I'll move and approve.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Turnbull, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. All those.
Just a comment on that
Yes,
one.
absolutely.
The city of South Lake Tahoe's minutes are attached to this particular item, and they're going to look at possibly bringing this back. We have been asking our property owners to contribute $20 a year for snow removal, and that's been going on for about 50 years. So we need to really take a look at that, and I just wanted to add that to the record.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's certainly became real meaningful this year, didn't it?
They got their money's worth this year.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Do I hear a motion on item number 36?
37.
37.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Moved by Supervisor Heidel, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And last, item number 38.
I'll move item number 38.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Lane, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, that was efficient. Efficient work, well done. All right, so with that, we will move on to our 9:30 time allocation, branch marketing ordinance. Kim.
Item number 39 is a hearing to consider final passage of amendments to Title 130- zoning ordinance of the County Ordinance Code to amend ranch marketing wineries and recommending the board take the following actions based on the Planning Commission's recommendation. 1, approve the California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the targeted general plan amendment and zoning ordinance update final environmental impact consistent with the CEQA guidelines. 2, approve the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. 3, direct staff to return to the Agricultural Commission and Planning Commission approximately 1 year following the effective date of the ordinance for an update. And 4, direct staff to continue to find how to determine that agricultural production is the primary use or function of the property.
You're getting your money's worth today, Kim. My goodness. Well, and good morning, Leanne and Rob and our staff. This has been a long time coming, so thanks for being here with us.
Madam Chair, did you open the hearing?
Oh, pardon me. Thank you. I did not. With that, I will open the public hearing on this item. Are you ready for the presentation? Yep.
So do we flip through it or should we flip through it? Okay. So Kim already read to you why we're here. We're looking at approving the environmental quality, the CEQA for this addendum to the targeted general plan. We're looking at approving the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, incorporating those additional changes. We're directing staff to return to the Ag Commission and Planning Commission approximately 1 year following the effective date of the ordinance, and we're directing staff to continue to define how to determine the ag production. And now I'm going to go through the history of how we got here, what the issue is, and kind of what we've done to outreach to the community. So I think that we have had some longstanding land use conflicts that kind of came to a head in 2020, 2021. And so that's started the movement to bring us here. We are looking to provide additional clarity for ranch marketing and the winery operators, the public, county staff, and our county decision makers. We want to improve compliance with ranch marketing and winery ordinances through enhanced activity tracking and enforcement. So we had a board of supervisors ad hoc was established on September 21st, 2021, and that consisted of District 3 and District 4 supervisors. We then had an ag commission ad hoc. We originally had a ranch marketing ad hoc and a winery ordinance ad hoc. And they were at the end finally put into one ad hoc that represented ranch marketing and winery. Next. So the ad hoc meetings were conducted, including various stakeholders. We had a public outreach. All of them were public outreach in January 18th, the 1st, and June 9th of 2022. Based on that, there was a resolution of intent to amend the zoning ordinance, and that was approved by the Board of Supervisors on September 13th, 2022. So we had a public workshop with the ad hoc, Board of Supers ad hoc and the Ag ad hoc committees on January 17th. We then went to the Ag Commission hearing on February 8th. We then went to the Planning Commission on March 9th and back to the Planning Commission again on April 27th. And here we are today at the Board of Supervisors for our final hearing. So the key challenges with this were consistent terminology between the ranch marketing winery ordinance and within both of those ordinances. The commercialization of agricultural areas, activity tracking and enforcement, and amplified noise and noise compliance. So we went through and we changed some of the ambiguity, some of the lack of consistency. So we are now moving towards consistent terminology. We changed some definitions, we revised them or added some stuff for clarity. We defined what a commercial vineyard is, who the commissioner is, what live outdoor amplified concerts are, and so forth. We revised and added terms consistent. So I've said this over and over, we're trying to get consistency between ranch marketing and the winery ordinance. We had a lack of emphasis on requirement for agriculture as the primary purpose. We're really trying to avoid commercialization of our agricultural areas. We really value these areas. We want to keep them as ag because that's what our county really has as a value. So special event venues that do not comply with agricultural provisions was a problem, and we were a little bit unclear on how special events were distinguished from marketing events. So we strengthen language for agriculture as the primary use of the site. We have a compatibility review requirements. We clarified the timing of events. We defined that special events were defined to be 1 to 250 persons. We did have originally in the winery ordinance this caveat that if it was under 50, it didn't count, and it really didn't make sense. It wasn't defined well, so that was removed. We changed the calculation of special events so they were defined as a 24-hour period, and we did not change in any way, shape, or form marketing events. So we currently have no mechanism for tracking events. It's a voluntary after the fact for these events, and it makes it very problematic for enforcement. So we now have, you have to notify the agricultural department or the public of upcoming special events, tracking total number of special events, and we have identified that there has to be a point of contact. And we didn't have any real language on how to enforce these special events or amplified music issues. We now have added language for that. So activity tracking, there's a 14-day advance notice of a special event. We have a website notification that is going to be finalized, working with IT to get that there. And we have a designated local contact and a complaint log that if you do have complaints has to be turned into the ag department so we can see how you've dealt with this, with your complaints as the event went on. There's enforcement language now that has a penalty matrix, cost recovery for the county, and we have the ability to suspend if you are a repeat violator. Currently, right now, it's a $500 fine, and that's really all that we have. Amplified noise and noise compliance. Really, the biggest issue that we have continually heard with these events is amplified noise and noise compliance. So we had some inconsistencies between ranch marketing and the winery ordinance, and we've tried to address that. We've tried to address issues where people didn't understand that they had to comply with the noise standards. And we've tried to deal with the fact that there really are impacts from amplified noise and speech to surrounding land uses, and we need to be careful in our ag areas. So we modified the noise ordinance to clarify exceptions to use permit requirements. There was some inconsistencies in there about a sheriff's permit, and it was different throughout the ordinances. We clarified the ranch marketing noise standard consistency, and we made it consistent between ranch marketing and winery ordinances.
I'll jump in on this one. So our long-range planning team helped with this effort to do the CEQA analysis. The CEQA determination is based on the proposed changes to the ranch marketing and winery ordinance from what we had to what we have now. Originally an addendum to the targeted general plan amendment, zoning ordinance update, final impact report. So TGPA ZOU FEIR was proposed, and that was to cover the items that we had already proposed to bring forward in front of the Ag Commission and the Planning Commission. We did, although it wasn't required of us, we did do a notice of availability in February of 2023 and allowed for a comment period on that document, which closed February 24th, 2023. And that document has since been amended, and you'll see both a clean version and a red line from that Planning Commission document to basically cover all of the edits that or the amendments that have been proposed either by the Ag Commission or the Planning Commission or the public that are being brought forward to your board. So the revised addendum captures all of that information.
So we tried very, very, very hard to be responsive at your direction to the community. And so in response to a public comment received at the January 17th, 2023 public workshop, we took out that, remember we took out that less than 50 didn't count. I think that was really put in, it didn't get defined well, but it was really put in to address the issue of, I'm not doing a facility rental for 250. It's not a wedding, but I have, you know, a group that wants to have a lunch inside our building without amplified noise. And so that was something that became an issue because how do we deal with that? That's not a marketing event. So we developed a room rental event use type, and we changed some minor grammatical errors. We also developed a frequently asked questions document, and we developed the Ranch Marketing Winery webpage, which is housed underneath the Department of Agriculture's website. We will continually update that. That will be where people will input their 14-day pre-notice. So at the February 8th, 2023 public hearing, that would be the Ag Commission meeting, we evaluated that new room rental event use type and the grammatical errors. So the Ag Commission, we originally had put it at 20 people and no more than 20 people. And they really felt that that was not realistic. So we went with 40. Anything under 40 inside, no amplified sound is a room rental event, and they can have unlimited of those. We also had concerns that you're allowed 24 facility rental events under special events, but we have quite a few ag partners that do nonprofit stuff, charity work. And so that really was an issue. So we put an allowance of 3 special events, which was what the ag community felt was allowable for a 501c3 nonprofits. And we also, the Ag Commission wanted it brought back to them in a 1-year review to them. So we added that in. We're adding that into our recommendation to you. So then March 9th, we went to the Planning Commission. They evaluated the Ag Commission's recommendation. They identified additional recommendations for staff to incorporate and bring back to the commission on topics, including enforcement, dining facilities, who the Ag Commissioner was, who the director was, nonprofits. They wanted additional, they had additional issues there. Ag Department review of administrative permits, room rentals, advance notice, concerts, facility rental events. But they also wanted to encourage staff to reach out to growers organizations, and members of the public to enhance public outreach efforts. I went out to a lot of growers events. I worked with the Ag community, with the Ag Commission to get all of our various partners in place. I opened the Ag, Rob and I opened our doors to anybody who would come and talk to us. We were more than happy to make time for them. And we went back to after all of that, we went back to the Planning Commission on April 27th, and they looked at our modification. They forwarded our recommendation to come to the board with to continue. They would like us to continue to find that primary use of agriculture. They wanted to add lighting to the list of issues that should be the designated local contact should provide prioritized response to. And they wanted to follow up not only to return to the Ag Commission, but to the Planning Commission in a year. So implementation of this, we will be looking at maintaining the ranch marketing and winery ordinance webpage with the most current information. We will continue to refine the frequently asked questions. As I'm sure you all know, there's going to be things that come up as we go through this that we haven't thought of. We're going to finalize development of ranch marketing and winery ordinance verification forms, activity tracking portal. I've already been talking to IT about doing an online, because people wanted to be able to just input it online in a form that would fill out and put out maybe in a spreadsheet format on the website. We also can do it for people who cannot do that. We'll be more than happy to input it for them. We will be doing program monitoring, collecting matrix so that I can bring it back to you and talk about what the issues were within a year, and an evaluation to inform potential amendments for presentation when I come back in a year to the Ag Commission and the Planning Commission. So I'm going to go back to those four things. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to take the following actions. Approve the CEQA addendum to the TGPA ZOU FEIR, as Rob defined to you. Consistent with sections 15162 and 15164 of the CEQA guidelines. Approve the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, incorporating additional changes recommended by the Planning Commission, and adopt an ordinance for Title 130 zoning ordinance of the El Dorado County Code based on the findings as presented by staff today. And direct staff to return to the Ag Commission and Planning Commission approximately 1 year following the effective date of the ordinance for an update, and direct staff to continue to define how to determine the agricultural production as the primary use or function of the property. Any questions?
All right. Well, first of all, want to thank everyone for their heavy work on this. My goodness, from county council to our Ag department to, long range planning, our county staff has been incredible. The Ag Commission and the Planning Commission and our community partners have been all just incredible, digging into this complex issue, recognizing how important Ag is to El Dorado County and the desire to protect Ag and make sure that our Ag producers have the ability to market and sell their goods and have, be able to make a living through Ag, which is getting harder and harder to do. So really appreciate everyone engaging on this. Supervisors, any, lots of buttons pushed. And I apologize. I didn't see is our button. Yes. Supervisor Parlin.
Sure. Thank you, everyone, the board, for your support of this effort. Staff, our volunteer commissioners. This has been a huge, the public, huge effort, because when I think the complaints really started bubbling up, I think it was 3 years ago, I'm going to say, then I would get in touch with code enforcement. Code enforcement goes, this isn't very clear or enforceable. And that's when you go, what do we do now? And it got really, it got hairy there for a while. And the more that we heard from all interested parties, it was so clear that we needed to tighten this up to provide clarity to everyone. And I appreciated the sensitivity about, honestly, we did not change what was allowed, the number of events and, actually, I think we brought in the seasons even a little bit for Christmas tree farms, perhaps. So a little bit of broadening there, but just providing that clarity that was missing. So now everyone knows what to expect. I cannot thank you guys enough. And I know staff you've been out there and in your offices, just letting people come in, and so appreciate that. I know my door's been pretty open and busy also on this topic. So I think we did it. I'm going to give special props, Danny, in County Council's office. You have been amazing, because we would read a paragraph one day and it made sense. And then the next day you'd wake up and go, okay, it doesn't make sense anymore. And you were always just tightening up the language. So I think we've done a really great job of our first go round. And I did have just a couple, I think, specific questions, because there's the 4 items that you mentioned, Leanne, that we're being asked to approve. On number 3, the direct staff return to the Ag Commission and the Planning Commission in about a year with an update. It's like, well, I don't see the board on there. And so I was trying to figure out is there a way to efficiently update everyone, or are you okay with just doing your updates to all?
Whatever you would like. I'm more than happy.
I feel bad that you'd have to be so repetitive, but at the same time, I think that all of the bodies are interested in it. I don't know, County Council, do you have any thoughts on an efficient way to do that really? Or is it is what it is, right? Because
workshop?
I know.
I think, you could do joint workshops, or you could just have it presented as just a receive and file report to kind of streamline things. But I'm sure if you give some discretion to your staff, they can come up with the most efficient way to convey that information.
Okay, I think that is where I was going, is the flexibility for you to, because honestly, let's just pretend that we've done such a great job and everything just goes so well, and the report out is just that we just need to tweak a couple things here and there. That could be done in a report to everyone, I believe, and that wouldn't cause anybody any angst probably. And then we could take action if we needed to from there. But if there's a lot going on and we see that we need to make major changes, of course, that might need a better way to report that out. So I think giving staff the flexibility as it progresses perhaps is a good way to go with that. Are you thinking?
And we're going to want to hear the recommendations from the Ag Commission and the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of giving staff flexibility depending on what surfaces.
How to go about it. So, and I think after a few months, you're going to know how it's going to go. So, so that's item 3. And then item 4, definitely want to continue with some of the issues that were brought up along the way. I wholeheartedly agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation to define that primary use. That keeps coming up, and it just seemed like a huge thing to tackle this go round, because there was just so many regulatory things that were language clearing up. But I do think it's important to get that definition out there. It's probably another tool in the toolbox ultimately. And then, but on the report here, this was attachment A. When it talks about the items, it says the Planning Commission recommended the board direct staff to continue discussion of defining primary use of agriculture. And then there's an and to the list of issues that this designated local contact should provide a prioritized response. So
I think that was a typo, and that what they wanted was lighting added too.
So that it was that simple.
That was what that was.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, so that doesn't need to be
we
included.
fixed that.
Okay, got it.
I think as I come back to the Ag Commission, I mean, as we go through this year, and my staff and I are out there verifying crops and, their acreage, their 5 acres or whatever they need. I think then we'll have a better idea of what we're dealing with this primary use of ag, and what maybe we need to do as matrix wise or metrics for what we need to get, and they'll give us a better idea.
That's a good point. Okay. So you feel ready to rock and roll, Leanne, and get the tracking thing going? And I think that's just really going to help us. Yep. And honestly, I think the first time we started talking about this, we didn't even know who was doing ranch marketing. And again, these tools are going to help us with all of that, and knowing who's out there doing what they should expect, what the public should expect. And that communication is just going to be huge. So,
yeah, and I think we've already seen growers reaching out, planting extra acreage, or asking for us to come out and verify their crop acreage just to make sure. So I think that's a positive movement.
Perfect. And then just remind everybody too that the board did talk about in our budget hearings allocating funds for 2 additional code enforcement officers or whatever classification they need to be, but basically to work evenings and weekends for noise complaints, one in the Tahoe Basin and one on the West Slope, because that's when those complaints happen. And without a person to be able to go out and verify for the benefit of both parties, quite honestly, we need to step up our game and be able to provide that. So that's in the works too. And I just wanted everybody to know.
And this is Rob. So we did have a public comment related to sort of that topic. And I think in that hearing, it was referred to generally as ranch marketing. Clearly, the intent is that these are very similar in their, and so those would apply to sort of
any
special
noise
events in those
complaint.
areas.
Noise complaints, they're a thing. So thank you for that. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Carlin. Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I just got a question. I believe in the right to farm. I think that's one of our big issues in our county. And especially when, we used to be, all pear orchards were all through this whole county and it died off, especially with the blight. But there was no money in it. And a lot of these farmers struggled to make money. And that's why Apple Hill was developed, because they knew there was more money in apples. But the biggest thing I'm going to ask you, especially with this noise problem we have, do we have a decimal meter? The county does, do we have one?
That would be a code enforcement. Linda,
Do we have one or no?
Linda's saying no.
Okay.
So that would be a good thing to have some training for staff.
Well, the biggest thing is I think it's very valuable to have one, because not only that, you could go out and test the noise level, especially when they're having, these concerts and stuff prior to having a concert. So they know how to adjust the noise. And I think that would be a good thing, because it's costing a lot of these farmers and everything, it costs them to have these, the noise, evaluated. So I think
that's within the ordinance. The noise analysis is required to be submitted prior to.
But I'm just saying, if we could do anything, we can help them, it would be good, because I know it's very, very costly.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Heidel.
At several areas I wanted to touch on real quickly. Number one, we had an event in El Dorado Hills. It was a harvest festival type event. And when you talk about primary use, I don't know which primary use side this would fall on, but with the activity tracking 14-day advance notice of a special event, I don't know if it constitutes a special, but that's a real-time example of what we're dealing with. Would this implementation affect that particular event that occurred? I'm guessing it would, but I don't know if it falls into a category of RL and it's not part of a ranch marketing. I mean, where do you draw those boundaries, right?
So it's not covered by ranch marketing. Ranch marketing is an extra right on top of our zoning code that allows ag zone properties, of which I think their RE5 is not allowed. They don't get that extra benefit. They don't have 5 acres of crop. So even if they were ag, they wouldn't fall under that.
Okay.
But it would have been a marketing event if they did. But
they don't.
But for them, it would be a total, stop.
Right.
They
So it's
can,
out.
by their zoning, they can sell what they grow on their property, I believe.
Okay. So it falls out ranch marketing and winery. Obviously it's, but we have a number of areas that are very similar to that across the county. So at some point we have to really understand what is our implementation for enforcement relative to that. And I'm sure there's a lot of ideas on that. I'm not going to belabor that part of it, but there is still that category that we haven't dealt with, at least to my understanding.
And my intent is to continue to be communicating with you whenever there are any issues and let you know what we're doing. But we will be out there proactively GPSing properties.
Okay. Page 2949 of the ordinance talks about the noise analysis shall be submitted. And I wanted to understand a little bit more about how that noise analysis is conducted so that you get consistency in what's being done. Unless you have a professional go out and do it and they have the credentials to specifically repeat events and stuff, to take a decibel meter out and make a measurement without really knowing what you're doing is not a noise analysis, right? So can you give us just a little bit more information on the noise analysis requirement?
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, so I'll jump in on that one. So the noise ordinance itself identifies what a noise analysis must have, the parts related to it. Ideally, it's done, it should be done by a professional. And so that is, and then it has very specific recommendations for how you point speakers, what the decibel levels at certain distances shall be in order to comply with the noise ordinance. And so the intent has always been that, you get that sort of that framework, and then your subsequent special event should comply with that. And I think where we have trouble is when they don't necessarily, or things are changed and aren't consistent with that sort of approved or the accepted noise ordinance or noise study. So I think, the noise ordinance itself talks about how the noise study should be done. It speaks to certain types of equipment that should be done, and then there's the piece about, how you might monitor your own activities on the site. And I think that's where we want to provide some latitude because of the expense. If you can't always have a professional on site for every single item. And so we have to give, I think, some latitude to folks on how they might try to review their own noise. But I think we'll get a lot more data in this next year on, particularly when there's been issues or complaints, and how they resolve them, and how, what kind of equipment folks are using out there in the world for their self-monitoring. And I think that's where we'll be able to kind of hopefully pin down and make some improvements moving forward.
The other thing I've heard relative to noise is it isn't always amplified music. It's just people having fun and being boisterous. And so if we get a complaint relative to that, there would have been no noise analysis associated with just loud conversation, yelling, screaming without amplified music, right? So how do we deal with that from an enforcement perspective?
I'm hopeful that holding people to the 24 special events.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any complaints about marketing events. I'm not getting complaints about, the wineries having Friday evening, even if it would be considered amplified music, they have, one microphone, and I'm not getting complaints about that. I'm getting complaints about special events.
Okay.
And I would say specifically weddings.
Yeah, primarily.
And
So
receptions,
my
that type
hope
of
is
thing.
that if holding them to 24, I will be able to come to you and say, well, hold them to 24, the neighbors are able to deal with it. I think we have maybe having a lot more than that going on right now at some places.
Okay, then the only other area I wanted to touch on was the enforcement part, page 40 of 49. And we talk about fines that start, first violation is 250, second's 500, third is 1,000. I just question if those are enough to make a difference, because that's a pittance compared to what you get for a winery or for a wedding type of event, a reception, whatever. Is it so low that it doesn't matter and people will just pay it because it's easier to do that if you're only going to do it once, twice, 3 times a year?
So I think Danny can speak to this more, but I believe the ability to suspend is really where we're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, Danny Vanderkoop, Deputy County Counsel. Those are the maximum fines that we can impose under state law. So
Okay.
the state law caps our fine ability. And specifically, if we make something a misdemeanor, we can go to that high, which is still not significantly high. But part of the reason why we structured this suspension for multiple violations is that, to the extent we have someone who just wants to pay the fine and keep going, well, if they are someone who's a problem, we can take some action against that. So.
Okay. Because I suspect that may be eventuality at some point, but no, I'm very pleased with the progress that's been made here. It seems to be much more specific about what can and can't happen, the special events definitions. So I think we're definitely on the right track, and I appreciate
Great.
everybody's hard work in getting here.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Lane. This is bringing back anxiety because of vacation home rentals.
There it
Oh,
is.
there you
There
go.
it is. Had to say it. The 3-letter word. There's a lot of similarity I'm finding between the vacation home rental ordinance and the one that you're presenting here today. And so I just want to point out, and at the get-go, some of the issues that we've run across, and I see them repeated in here. So just kind of like a fair warning kind of is my thought on this. And first of all, I did sometimes fresh eyes, you catch something that you guys have probably looked at a million times, but I noticed that on section F, this is in the definitions under advance notice, for the exact words of number 4 are repeated at the beginning of number 5, and then there's additional added to it, but it's just repetitive. That may have been an accident or may have been on purpose. It read funny to me. The concern, that I have is going to be similar to the concern that we're seeing. And that is how important it is that code enforcement work very closely with the ag commissioner. And in our case with VHRs, it's the tax collector or the planning department. But when multiple departments start getting involved, things fall through the cracks. And we're trying to shore up some of that. And the code enforcement and all the departments I just mentioned for VHRs are doing a great job of doing that. So hopefully lessons learned, but I just mentioned that to you. Is there a particular software that you're going to be using to track all this?
No, I'm going to work with the, as the ag department doesn't have this giant budget, as you know, we're working with IT to do just an online submission form to see, how that works.
Okay.
I don't foresee this being, hundreds and hundreds of venues. And I think that'll make it easier. It'll be, this venue is having these events. And I think that my intent, Linda and I have already had meetings and, we talk about stuff. So I think that it'll be, we talk about the event that happened a couple weekends ago in El Dorado Hills. So I'm trying to keep everybody in the loop and do it that way.
Okay. It's just, I hope it doesn't get complicated, but it could get complicated quickly. And if you're feeling buried or things are falling through the crack, I hope that you would come back to the board and see if there's something we can do to help you.
Absolutely.
In that regard. Also, I just mentioned the appeal process for when they first go to the ag commissioner and try to demonstrate that they have the right amount of production going on their acreage. That process is 80 days because they can appeal the appeal. And during all of that determination and the appeals and the appeal of the appeal, they can continue to operate. And so you're almost looking at like the entire summer could go by and you have a bad actor who's,
And the caveat for us there is that I could have that anyways, because let's say right now I find we implement this and I have somebody who doesn't have 5 acres of crop. They may not be able to get trees until next April. So would we shut them down? No. If they're making a good faith effort, they've ordered them, they've got the irrigation in, they're trying, we would work with them.
Okay.
But that could be a problem for us anyways.
Right. Makes sense. And yes, and there's the bad actors find their way around everything. So I also would mention under enforcement, this is on page 22 of 49. You state that if a winery owner has reached 3 substantiated violations or more, and then a couple sentences down, it says, it also goes on to say within an 18-month period, then the county may suspend the ability of the winery to for at least 6 months. And that all that language is very similar to the vacation home rental language. And it's language that has not been implemented well for us. It puts the staff in an uncomfortable situation. They have the leniency and everybody feels bad in, I'm sure police and sheriff, they feel bad when they pull someone over and they have to write that ticket. But using that language may, or 3 or more, we had a vacation home rental in Tahoe that 83 violations within 3 years before the permit was pulled.
Suspended.
So I just warn that that's up
So-
to someone's determination and it gets
Sure.
sticky.
So our intent there was, once again, and this is something I will come back to you with in my report in a year, but if their first violation is that they didn't have enough crop, and then, their sound is a problem. We wanted the ability, if they've corrected all their violations, to be able to have some leeway. It's my intent as the ag commissioner, this is something that the growers need. I mean, they need ranch marketing in so many respects in the winery ordinance to exist. And so I think it's something that we have to really, really protect. And it's my intent that we will, enforce it, and not get to 83 violations in any way, shape or form, because that puts this in jeopardy.
Right. And the flip side of that is, because I appreciate where you're coming from and I appreciate the fact that the ag community wants this and that it's supplemental income to what is a very hard industry that they're in. So I appreciate all that. But the flip side of it is the person whose life is being disrupted because of a property down the road that is out of control. And that's where, you know, vacation home rentals and ranch marketing are so similar. And so you have to be very careful that at the same time you're protecting their right to utilize their land and supplement their income, that you're not affecting the quality of life of everyone who has to put up with these big events. There's a very fine line there. And that's where the language, it protects ag, but it may not protect
And it
a
may be that
resident.
in the final analysis, when I come back, I say, or you say to me, this isn't working from what we've heard, we need to do this. I think that the ag community is extremely invested in this and will be there for me. When I present the crop report to you for 2022, you'll get it. We have no apples, no blueberries, nothing. It's going to be, so.
And I understand that. And I really appreciate that you have them and their best interests in mind. I would also mention too, that on page 30 of 49, it's similar language as vacation home rentals, where the local contact has to voluntarily provide that there was an incident, and our personal experience is that doesn't really happen. That local person is not going to voluntarily say to you, oh yeah, we had a problem the other night and this is how we took care of it. They're just going to hopefully take care of it, but probably not report it. And then, not to belabor it much more, but I just want to mention, I agree with Supervisor Heidel that, and we've experienced this, the fines, they make so much money on some of these events that the fines are not a deterrent. And there is SB, I want to say 30. I could be wrong on that number, but it's definitely a Senate bill that has passed. And we're looking at it for vacation home rentals. It allows for fines to go up to $5,000 and even in some situations beyond, if it involves health and safety. And there, we are able to tie, for example, noise to the health of a resident who can't sleep at night and has to work the next day. So there's something to look at down the road. And thank you for that time.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Lane. I appreciate everyone's comments. And before I get to you again, Supervisor Turnbull, I'll just make my comments. Once again, thank you to everyone. And I so appreciate that at the county, our goal is compliance and our goal is to protect ranch marketing. And I think that's always so important to keep in mind. And appreciated your comments and your experience with VHRs. And that's something that we will be certainly looking at as we go forward. I think the one difference between this item before us and VHRs is the fact that ranch marketing also falls under a right to farm. And VHRs, we don't have that in this county, we do have a right to farm. And it's important for residents to know, everyone wants to live in an ag community. I mean, it's so beautiful, it's so peaceful, but with that comes an impact, and the impact is a working farm. And so it's so important for ag to continue to be the primary purpose of these ag lands. And when it is the primary purpose, then they get the benefits and the protection of ranch marketing, which gives them the ability to operate, which can be noisy and stinky and have impacts to the community. So it's important that the community also understand that. So, and what we're trying to do in these tweaks is to find that balance between quality of life and the ability for our ranchers to make a living. So, and I think we've arrived at a really nice balance, and we'll see how it works. I'm looking forward to, reviewing that in the year, because things will come up. So Supervisor Turnbull, and then we'll take public comment.
Yeah, I just want to also point out, there was one particular winery that they had to go to the fair plan. They were canceling their insurance. And their insurance was $104,000 for a high brush area. And what's really kind of sad is we need to work a lot with a lot of these, these farmers and stuff, because they're forced to go to this fair plan. A lot of them are, because insurance companies are canceling everybody, it seems like, in our county, because of the high risk area, high fire risk area that we have. And it's just sad to me, because the right to farm should be the number one thing. But when these high costs and everything with insurance and everything else comes on, they have to do work on, we need to work with them to make sure that they have, adequate income to be able to survive. So that's a big issue to me.
It's getting harder
especially
and
when it comes
harder.
to Insurance. Yes,
It's
it
getting
is.
harder and harder. Absolutely. All right. So with that, and I don't know if I opened the public hearing on that. So
You
I
did,
did. Okay,
yeah.
good. So the public hearing is open. And Kim, let's take public comments on this at this point.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom, come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. It's still morning, I think.
It
right?
is.
Okay.
It is.
My name is Pam Harris. I'm an owner of Harris Family Farm in Pollock Pines. We've been farming about 160 years in our family, and also the president of Apple Hill Growers. So listening to Supervisor Turnbow's comment earlier, is when I was growing up, we had a farm that had pears and apples, and my father had a full-time job besides that because the income of the farm did not feed the family. So farming is hard. And what the ranch marketing did for us is it gave us the ability to offer other things to bring people to our farm to survive. And I think it has been critical in doing that. And I think farms are thriving and people are buying farms because they want that lifestyle. So I think it's been really good. In addition to it supports the economy in the larger sense as well. They buy food, they shop, they buy gas. They stay overnight. So it's really critical for the overall economy. I support the amendments that are in the ranch marketing ordinance and the winery ordinance. Because what it does is it gives it maintains the by right activities that farmers can do to survive. But it also, I think the critical thing is it really provides for clamping down on the bad actors. And anytime you have rights for land ownership, you're going to have abuses. And I think that's what you guys really were responding to. But I think with the amendments, it really has helped to clarify, to go through and modify and clarify what farmers can do and can't do, and what are the provisions to comply with those, with the ordinance. So I think for farming, it's a great thing. And I think it also protects the neighbor, because if we are actually enforcing and clamping down on the bad actors out there, then everybody is in a better place. So with that, I just want to extend my thanks to Leanne and her staff, to Danny. They did a great job. The Ag Commission, the Planning Commission, they all reached out. Wendy had a session, at least one, that I was able to go to really hear comments from not only the ag community, but comments from people who live nearby the ag community. I think you hit it right on the head. It's a delicate balance, absolutely. But if the county has tools to make sure that people are complying, I think farmers are all for that, because we want to be able to continue to do these things. And when we have bad actors out there and we have complaints, it's not helping anybody. So with that, thanks so much. And I recommend you guys approve it.
Thank you, Pam. Appreciate your comments. Morning, Michael. Oops.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board Chair. Michael Rinaldi with the Farm Bureau. In case I run out of time, I want to say that the Farm Bureau recommends that you do approve item number 39 as presented by staff. I appreciate the efforts of staff on this. It was quite a bit of work. I appreciate the public's involvement in the process, and I deeply appreciate the Planning Commission allowing more time for some vetting. I say that because it's only after the red line version of any ordinance is published that you can actually start evaluating the practical effects of anything. And of course, someone like me can't really do an effective job of that because I don't do ranch marketing. It needs to be vetted by those that actually use it and see how it would affect them. And that's where the feedback into the process improves things. So that additional time actually did make what's in front of you today better. And I appreciate that. Ranch marketing is identified in our general plan and our agricultural and forestry element because it promotes local products and community pride. And so that's important for us to continue to preserve along with the other things that were discussed so far. The agricultural economy needs diversity. Diversity brings resiliency in our industry here. And it was Supervisor Turnbull who mentioned the pear blight. We can't be in an environment where one event wipes out an entire industry. Another one, a mass reduction in timber supply, thus closing mills. That's another, what I'll call economic shock. We need to buffer against economic shock. Another thing, extraordinary weather events. This is going to be an ongoing battle for the agricultural community. And it can cause in either one industry, one component of the industry or the entire industry, shock that can wipe us out. And so our agricultural economy has grown quite substantially over the last 10 years, and we do need to protect that. I want to say that the industry does support ag comes first in this process, but we also recognize the multiplying effect that that ranch marketing has on that gross crop that occurs, the visitor serving uses. Those things are really important to protect and preserve. So again, thank you for your time, and I hope you approve this item today.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your comments. Good morning again.
Good morning again. Leo Bennett, Coshawn. Pollock Pines and Shingle Springs. I want to follow the commendation both to staff and the community that the process was so good, contrasted to some where I disagree, but I think this is a great process and you heard the reasons why. I'm not sharing evidence. I'm just sharing anecdotes coming from a farming family that 3 generations ago lost their land to the economic shock that was shared. Vive la Quebec libre. They were French farmers and they liked buying English farms where only 2 kids and they ran off to the country, out of the city. But anyway, as you listen to those stories and then you try to recapture your heritage by focusing on community gardens, I'm so appreciative of the farms here that make space for the community gardens because there are food deserts in El Dorado County and these community gardens truly help. And as part of that, the whole concept of ranch marketing is strange to me because coming from San Diego, that's animal husbandry. But as when I hear it explained, it seems like what I'm familiar with, ranch and farm marketing. And when we moved out from the urban area, because my wife was tired of literally sweeping blood off the porch from urban challenges and wanted the peace and quiet, like you say, I was a bit shocked as other people who were refugees from the urban scenarios, but didn't have farming in their background, would organize against what I thought, hey, that's what I'm used to when I went to live in Quebec in a farming community. The smells, the noise, the dust, the insect, that's all part of nature. And so people come, and in my experience anyway, with a set of expectations that it's all peace and quiet. Well, that's not nature, but it was a conflict for folks like you when gradually the balance grew, that you could have a lot of loud voices here complaining what was always acceptable before. I have 72 acres still in the family down in San Diego. I have it under the caretaking of some wonderful indigenous folk. 72 acres, only 10 of it's usable. And we have to be careful because neighbors keep moving in. And if we have a big party or a powwow, complaints go to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the board who would like to speak on this? Oh. Those chairs can be tricky.
Yeah.
Good morning.
So Linnea Marenko, Live and Cool. First off, I would like to thank each one of you board members for the comments and your sensitivity. to what's happening here. You, Wendy, gave me chills when you gave your introductory presentation. You seriously did. So, and I'm in here to support item 39. I think people have worked really hard. Staff spent a lot of time with people like me out in the community. So I hope you guys will approve moving forward. And thank you, Lori, for bringing forward and Rob, the issue on adding the winery into the budget. I was worried about that one, but it sounds like you guys have it covered. Yep. Okay. So, and I really hope that we have adequate enforcement and regulation on getting code enforcement to have a staff person who's available on weekends and evenings. I think that will be a big help when they can actually go out and verify what is happening. So I love that. And I would like to ask, if possible, that during the, say, year review of the ordinances, that staff can include looking at the complaints that come during the weekends and the evenings, see if there's something that can be learned from those complaints, you know, including, are there particular bad actors that get more complaints? Maybe we can learn something that will be helpful to us. Oh, good. Okay, so that's my presentation. But I wanted to share something, if I can. A couple of days ago, I had the opportunity to go visit somebody who recently acquired a winery and in El Dorado County. And on that winery, there's also a house. So the prior owners lived in their house, you know, grew the winery and sold the house to this person. Now, this person had lived in Placer County, started a business in Sacramento County, moved into El Dorado County. Now he wants to do weddings, outdoor amplified music, Airbnbs. Oh, I have somebody you could talk to in the county. Goes, I don't like talking to government. I said, well, why don't you talk to your neighbors? He hadn't even thought of talking to his neighbors about the noise and everything. He had no concern. He's just thinking about how to invest in a new business. So I appreciate having these ordinances. I think we still have work to do.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Good morning, Greg.
Just briefly, not to over elaborate, everyone else has made great comments. Greg Boger, Boger Winery Chairman of the Ag Commission. I want to thank all the staff, including you, Wendy, and Ms. Sparlin, for all the work that you did developing this, getting, and then we took it from there and brought it out to the community. Pam Harris and all the other heads of the organizations, the ag organizations, came together, made their comments, and I think they've really put together a good thing. I think the main thing is that there will be a review in a year, and I think that's what we need. And Mike Rinaldi was speaking of that. It's going to take time to figure out if this isn't going to be the absolute answer. There's going to be need to do more work on it, but I appreciate all the work that Leanne in particular has put into this. I know she's had a lot of agonizing hours doing it. So we appreciate that and hope that you approve this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg. And thank you for all your work on this. Yeah.
Greg, were you trying to be punny when you said agonizing?
Sorry, it does fit. It does fit. Good morning, Krista.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you all for the diligence on this, everyone here that worked on it. Secondly, as we say, the proof of the pudding is in the taste. So let's go for it. Let's try it out. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Krista. Anyone else like to make a comment in the boardroom? All right. Thank you all. Let's go online, Kim.
Okay. Sorry. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Morning, Chris.
Morning, board. Chris Payne, Planning Commission, District 2.
I'm proud of our effort in item 39 and thanks specifically Annie Nevis, our chair. Thanks to Leanne and Rob for today's presentation. Special thanks to Leanne for Zooming from her cruise during our first planning commission meeting. She recognized the importance of her attendance and was there for the ag community to make an important contribution. Thanks also to you, the Board of Supervisors, the ad hoc committees, the Ag Commission, and other various county staff. Thanks to the ag and general community for their participation in making the effort complete. I agreed with Supervisor Heidel about the success of the overall effort to improve the county ordinances. This is a model to be used again on how effective county government can be in producing practical rules for living and working in our county and meeting our strategic plan goal of good governance. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Well said, Chris. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning. So I have 3 minutes. So I'm just going to go to the point, but thank you for all those things that Chris said. So first, I just have to put on the record that this project does violate CEQA. You can't tear off of the TGTOZU, and the county never stepped back to address that. I brought it up at every meeting. There's no connection to this project and that action. So I would suggest the planning stop using that, doing that practice of using the TGZOU, because it was just it was a targeted general plan amendment. It wasn't supposed to cover everything that ever happens in the future with projects. So I think that can become a problem if I'm seeing it go on every project, that they just say this is tearing off of that action, and these projects don't. They should just be looked at by their own merit. And then there was a few things that's kind of just annoying. I had submitted paperwork probably about 10 times on every meeting. I got to meet with everybody. I really appreciated that. But on page 8, you have insure, ISURE, when the meeting should be insure with ENSURE. On page 8, it's still there. It's a simple fix. Page 17, when they talk about I'm seriously concerned that if there's a violation, that the Ag Commission penalizes the applicant and they want to appeal, instead of going either the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors, they have to go straight to the Superior Court within very few days. So they get rejected by the Ag Commission. They have to appeal straight to the Superior Court. I've never heard of that before. That concerns me. Page 23, when it talks about accessory use, the code it refers you to goes to the accessory dwelling units. I think that needs to be better clarified, because I don't think they meant that. And then lastly, I came to the county to try to assist the ranchers due to the losses they had with the Caldor fire, and using some emergency funds to help sustain them in the next 2 years when they lost their grazing lands and all the tragedy and cattle and different things. We have 2 chapters in our general plan, and I suggest you go back and read those. One is purely to protect ag, and the whole preface of our general plan is to sustain and support these farms. And in the last 15 years, we've lost about 1,000 small farms due to the increase of the water. And so, Supervisor Thomas, I thank you for explaining that this ranch marketing was to protect the farmers, not to harm them. And so I hope that the board understands that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Sue. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Brentbaum.
Good morning, Laurel.
Good morning, Supervisor Thomas. Good morning, supervisors. I too will very briefly say thank you to all of those people that did the heavy lifting to bring this to fruition today. I know Leanne had to talk me off the cliff a couple of times, in our ag council meetings. And I appreciate her patience and perseverance in making sure that we got here today. And there will be tweaks, there will be things to work on along the way, but we're moving forward in the right direction. Ag is such an incredibly important economic component to our community that we need to do everything we can do to protect it. So thank you to all of you, all of your hard work. Thanks.
Thank you, Laurel. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all for your engagement on this in every way. And with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back for the board for action or final comments.
Does anybody have further questions or comments? Because I want to ask, well, number 3 on the 1, 2, 3, 4 items here, I would like to update that or change it so that the Board of Supervisors is included in the updates and allow staff the flexibility of determining the best way to do this update.
Is that a motion?
Well, that, and I did want to ask the interim CAO. We do have an ad hoc currently on the Board of Supervisors for this. Do you have any thoughts on, do we need to bring it back and dissolve it or give it a new task, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank
Good
you
question.
thank you for bringing it up. So this particular item doesn't allow the board to take any action on that, but we do need to clean it up. And it is on my list of things to do, to take a look at all of our ad hocs, because we tend to create them and not close them out.
We do.
And so we can easily bring back an item for board consideration to perhaps close out the existing ad hoc and then create a new one, or even extend for that specific purpose.
Okay,
So,
very good.
yeah.
So we'll be, stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, so then with that, I'd love to make the motion. And again, this is very exciting that we're doing this. Oh, sorry. Uh-oh.
All right, so I'm going to do a little house cleanup here on a couple items, typos really, but I want to outline them. And to Sue's credit, she's absolutely right. So on page 8, under 13037.070B, the 5th line, the word ensure is misspelled, and so we'd like to correct that.
Okay.
On page 15, as pointed out by Supervisor Lane, there's a duplicative statement in number 5. And so we'd like to remove the first sentence because it is the same exact sentence as number 4. And then on page F22 of 29, J.4, the 4th to the last line, and I know this is pretty nuanced, but it's not, these aren't large changes. Chapter 803 is improperly referenced. It should be chapter 902, which is the code enforcement section. So that is a change from 8.03 to 9.02. And then lastly, on page 44 of 49, there's an A.1 on the 5th line. It says the powers of the regarding, the word director should have been in there. And so these kind of came up as we were looking through sections and what have you. So those are just 4 typos that we acknowledge and change.
Perfect.
All right, now should I try to make a motion? No, Danny is going to add it. Okay, there you go.
Just
Can't
a
get
point
there.
of clarification for Rob for the correction on the 8.02. That's in both that typo is in both the winery section and the ranch marketing section. So we should fix that in the enforcement paragraph for both. So
Great.
No, yeah.
Gives you a brief glimpse of how complicated this has been. So,
And we've
great.
read this many, many times.
Yes, we have. Great
Yeah.
edits. Thank you, everyone. All right, with that, Supervisor Parlin.
Okay, so let me try again. So approve as presented by staff with a change to item number 3 to include the Board of Supervisors in the update and allowing staff the flexibility to determine the best and most efficient way to provide the update. And then I guess we'll add a number 5 to make the clerical changes that were mentioned by staff. Does that work?
I'll second it.
All right. Thank you for that motion. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. So thank you, everyone. Yay. We will look forward to seeing how this is working in a year. So go forward and prosper and look forward to the updates. So thank you all. All right. Good stuff. All right, and I know we are about an hour behind and we have a packed agenda, and I know Supervisor Parlin needs to leave. You need to leave at noon?
I'm gonna leave at noon if I can.
Okay, you bet. All right.
Madam Chair, I know Supervisor Parlin is very concerned about the GAN limit in this
Absolutely.
county.
I am.
So I would recommend that we do my 10:30 public hearing first because I'm fast. Okay.
Can we do that once we've adopted the agenda, County Council?
Of course.
All right, well, let's do that. So item
I
number,
promise to leave the room afterwards.
well then, all right. So we will hear now item number 41.
Item number 41 is a hearing from the Auditor Controller recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution for the appropriations limit for fiscal year 23-24.
With that, I will open the public hearing on this item. All right. Is there any presentation? Auditor Controller Harn?
None planned.
Okay, that sounds good. Does the board have any questions on this most critical item?
In this isolated instance, I'm trying to follow the California Constitution.
Any questions? No.
No questions.
All right. We will now take public comment on this item
Oh,
then.
I did it already.
Thank you, Mr. Harn.
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Lyle Bennett Koshan, making it quick. Thank you, Supervisor Lane. I've identified a trigger. Is this the county's debt ceiling? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, let's go online. Is there any comments online?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
With that, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the board. Oh,
This is the adoption of the county's appropriation limit for next fiscal year.
Right. So I'm going to move approval of the appropriation limit being increased to $281,677,593. Consistent
What
with
about the
Joe's
resolution
recommendation.
that's- The resolution that's required, is that part of the
That's part of
motion?
it.
Okay.
all right. It's been moved and seconded. Any final comments or deliberation? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Mr. Harn. All right, let's take our 10 o'clock item number 40, please.
Let's be fast too. Item number 40 is a hearing from Air Quality Management District recommending the board acting as the AQMD Board of Directors approve and authorize the chair to sign resolution adopting the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget for El Dorado County.
And with that, I will open the public hearing and thank you for your patience on this
Oh,
item.
no problem.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm not going to be quite as quick as Mr. Harn, but I'll try and keep it close or keep it short. Good morning, directors. I'm Scott Wilson, Program Manager for the El Dorado County Air Quality Management District. Our Air Pollution Control Officer, Dave Johnston, is at a conference in Sacramento, but I believe he might be on the Zoom call. He was going to try and get on there in case there's any questions I can't answer. As you know, this is the second hearing for the district's proposed 23-24 budget. We brought the item back with the revision as directed by the board at the last meeting on June 6th. Namely, we've added a $50,000 appropriation to our operations cost for a consultant to perform a fee study to review the AQMD fees. The proposed revenue and use of fund balance, click it one more time, for 23-24 revised budget have not changed as a result of this board requested revision. The use of fund balance remains at approximately 4.75 million, and the new revenue remains approximately 5.41 million. The breakdown of new revenue can be seen on the breakdown of this new revenue can be seen on the chart, which is also located in Exhibit 2D of the Legistar item. Next, please. And here are the proposed expenditure breakdowns for the revised 23-24 budget. The total budget remains the same at 10.16 million. The only change is a $50,000 increase in operations cost and an offsetting $50,000 reduction in our appropriation for contingencies, which is the amount unbudgeted for operational program work in this fiscal year, and that'll be carried over into 24-25. The changes have been made to the budget summaries, and these revised budget summaries are attached in the Legistar item as attachment 2C. And next one. I'll be glad to answer any questions about the revised budget. And I recommend the board open the hearing to public comment.
Thank you. And congratulations on a very attractive slide deck.
Oh,
That
thank
was
you.
Very nice.
Really
Very
compelling,
colorful.
very pretty. All right. Does the board have any questions at this point on this revised budget? All right, thank you. So I believe I opened the public hearing already, so we will take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 40, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right. Ha. Hello again.
Hello again. I'm going to go a little slower. Usually I stay at home. I used to do this all the time and we didn't have Zoom, and I've expressed it and I want to express it again. It's really fun to go about cleaning my house and gardening with you guys as all company. And I don't want you to be jealous because you're stuck on the stage dais. So this is just, again, an anecdotal, grew up in Southern California. At that time, my grandmother could burn any day, and she burnt a whole bunch of things that aren't legal to burn anymore. And it's just one of my, I'm not quite sure why, because this was my training in Southern California with all the air pollution issues, is don't burn. Figure out another way, because there's composting, chipping, so many alternatives to rapidly returning the carbon to our atmosphere. So it's always just kind of been, why are my neighbors burning? Why do I drive home when I was working and literally have to slow down because there's so much burn fog? And, maybe there's an answer, maybe there's not, but I just wanted to share that in my upgrading where we had, really dark skies and gradually they became clear and we could enjoy ocean breezes and stuff. Part of that was having to explain to my grandmother, I can't come help you with the burn today. I'm bringing the trailer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, let's take any online comments, please.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no additional public comment.
With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. Any final comments, Scott?
That was pretty quick, Scott.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And with that, I'll move to approve this item.
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Wonderful. Well, we are moving through this. Excellent. So now we are on our 11 a.m. So we made up time there.
We
Excellent.
really did.
Yes, excellent. Our number 42.
Item
Let's read
42
that.
comes from Health and Human Services Agency, Public Health Division, recommending the board receive a presentation from the Public Health Division on the Community Health Improvement Plan.
So with that, I will open this public hearing. And good morning, Olivia.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Byron Cooper, and I am here wearing my Public Health Director hat today. And I am joined virtually by Dr. Colleen Bridger, who helped to facilitate this process in creating our community health needs assessment and our community health improvement plan. And I also believe that I am joined virtually and someone in the room who is a supporter and was a stakeholder of this process as well. So we have some people virtually that are providing moral support and are supportive of this project. We are fortunate in El Dorado County in that we have a public health department that is accredited, which means that our public health department meets a set of nationally recognized standards of excellence. And with that distinction comes the responsibility to update a community health assessment and a community health improvement plan every 5 years. As you all know, we have a lot of local experts and leaders in the community that also provide services to certain segments of our population, and they also do with their own community health assessments. And so we thought that it was really important to bring all of those experts and leaders to the table to help inform our community health improvement plan. And it's really a result of bringing all those heads together to identify evidence-based interventions that address the root causes of priority areas that were selected by the community. So in essence, public health has acted as a convener and will be responsible for making sure we stay on track. But the actual plan was driven by our stakeholders and the community. If we could bring up the presentation, that would be great. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. The Community Health Assessment and Community Health Improvement Plan are the result of 14 months of dedicated work by over 40 local leaders with an interest in improving the public health and the contribution of over 1,500 community members. I like to think of the assessment as the document that tells us what to focus on. The development of the assessment included data analysis of primary, secondary mortality and morbidity data using over 10 sources, which led to the identification of the top 12 health issues, which I will show you on the next slide. I'm an epidemiologist and a firm believer in making decisions based off of data, but I also recognize that we serve the residents of El Dorado County. And if our community isn't interested in and invested in what we're doing, that our efforts are really for naught. So we asked the community to choose the top 3 priorities out of the 12 issues identified by the data. The Community Health Improvement Plan lays the roadmap for how we are going to address the priority areas identified by the community. I think this Community Health Improvement Plan is excitingly unique in that we chose to focus on the root cause of issues instead of the issues themselves. Public health is known for being preventive in nature, and so it seemed fitting that we focus on making a difference in the cause rather than the effect of issues. We spent a lot of time combing through evidence-based practices to see what we thought would work for our community. I'd like to bring attention to Appendix D in the CHA-CHIP document that was sent out last week. It really has a comprehensive list of various evidence-based interventions that can be useful even outside of this project. It was very important to us that we didn't duplicate effort, so we asked our local leaders to help perform a gap analysis. And finally, I want to reiterate how collaborative of a process this was. Just as our success depends on community buy-in, our success equally relies on our stakeholder participation and assistance in implementing the plan. The ability to make meaningful change takes an all hands on deck approach. Next slide, please. So this slide is just a graphic representation of the journey that we've been on, starting with identifying those top 12 health issues from the data. The community chose the top 3. We performed a root cause analysis, involved our CHIP stakeholders in identifying and prioritizing gaps. We identified and prioritized the root causes, looked at evidence-based interventions, developed an action plan and steps, and then we have a CHIP stakeholder oversight committee that is formed out of our public health staff that will make sure that we implement the plan over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So these are the top 12 health issues that were identified by the data. Shouldn't come as a surprise to you. I think you've seen this before. It's also relatively similar to other counties in the state and across the country. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we had the community choose the top 3 health issues or priority areas. We had 25 community polling events that were conducted throughout the county, resulting in 640 people voting for their top 3 health priorities. I think some of you actually participated in some of those events. The venues were selected in consultation with the community leaders and with explicit intent to meet people where they were, especially populations least likely to participate in public health input sessions and surveys. We also wanted to facilitate geographic representation. The locations varied from county fairs, soccer fields, stores, nonprofit organizations, and other community gatherings and events. Next slide, please. So this is just a slide that represents the distribution of respondents in polling events across the districts. Next slide, please. In August and September of 2022, a bilingual electronic survey was launched. The survey was available online on the Weldorado website and was shared with dozens of public, private, and nonprofit partners throughout the county with a request to share with the populations that they serve. When the survey closed on September of 2022, 864 people had finished the survey and voted for their top 3 health priorities. Next slide, please. This is just a distribution of the survey numbers by supervisor district. And I want to point out that there's a lot of district level data within the actual community health assessment and community health improvement plan document, which compares a number of health indicators across the supervisorial districts. I don't imagine any one of you has read the entire 200-page document yet. Overall, next slide, please. Overall, the race ethnicity of the community health prioritization participants matched the county's demographic profile, with the exception of the Hispanic participation, which at 9% was a little bit lower. I do want to point out that this is a much better representation of the Hispanic population compared to previous years, and I attribute that to our community polling efforts in underrepresented communities. Next slide, please. Overall, survey respondents trended older than the general population. People aged 65 and up represented 27% of the respondents, where they actually represent 22% of the population. Next slide, please. And this is the combined results of our polling and our survey efforts, and the number of people who voted for the different specific health issues. And I feel like I need to have a drum roll for the next slide. So the 3 priority issues that were selected by the community were mental health and substance use disorder, overweight, obesity, and child health. The online surveys and in-person DOT surveys identified those 3 main health concerns, and there were clear agreement across all race, ethnic, and geographic district categories that the number 1 priority was mental health and substance abuse, and general agreement with few exceptions that child health and obesity were in the top 3. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Bridger to carry you through the next phase of the project. So she is virtual, I hope.
I am. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It was good to see you. I cannot turn my camera on. I apologize for that, but I hope everybody can hear me okay.
Coming across loud and clear.
All right, perfect. So next slide, please.
You should be able to turn your camera on now.
Okay. All right. I hope everybody can see me too.
Yes.
All right. So this next slide, we're transitioning to the root cause analysis. Before we do that, though, I just want to take a step back and talk about why we took this particular approach. So one of the things that was really important to the health department as we began this process was making sure that we stood the best chance for success in these interventions as possible. And so intervening as early as possible, thus going to the root causes, set us up for the most success. We also are focusing on root causes because with upstream interventions, it's easier to facilitate collaboration and eliminate silos. A typical community health improvement plan would have stopped at identifying the top 3 health issues, and there would have been 3 different groups working on each of those 3 different health issues, and maybe they would come together once a year and report out. This takes it one step further upstream, so that there are a lot of opportunities for all of the different stakeholders who helped to develop this plan actually be involved in communicating about what they're doing to address the issues and focusing as far upstream as possible. The other benefit to doing a root cause analysis and focusing on root causes is that the priority for us is addressing the community identified top 3 health issues. But when you go back to the root causes, it allows you to also address a number of other health issues that showed up in that top 12. Because, for example, adverse childhood experiences, there's a lot of data that shows the connection between ACEs and heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, for example. All of those things are important to the community. And just because they didn't meet the top 3 doesn't mean that we shouldn't be trying to do things to address them. So by taking this root cause approach, it allows us to be more collaborative, more upstream, and intervene as early as possible. So how did we do this? Once we had the top 3 health issues identified by the community, we researched root causes for each of those issues. And we then created the matrix that you see in front of you, which is in the report and much more legible in the report than it is on a PowerPoint slide. But essentially what you see here are the issues on the left-hand side, the root causes across the top, and all of the different places where these overlap. So in that first column, adverse childhood experiences, you can see ACEs are a root cause for pretty much every single one of our priority health issues. So that's a really good piece of information for us to have as we're trying to figure out where to start to address these challenges. The community stakeholders then gathered together for a series of meetings, and they looked at this information, so showing the root causes and where there's overlap between the root causes and the priority health issues. They also looked at research we did that showed kind of a breadth and scope of evidence-based interventions, because we wanted to make sure that as this community stakeholder group is selecting the prioritized root causes, they're doing so with an understanding of, are there evidence-based interventions that we can then look at to address these root causes? And then finally, we showed them the data that was available to do the baseline assessment and then monitor and evaluate progress over time. So with those kind of 3 major categories kind of driving their discussion and their selection, the stakeholders selected their prioritized root causes. Next slide, please. So what you see here are the selected root causes. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of them. Some of them are a little bit more understandable. Some are more complex. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about this first one. So this concept of a pair of ACEs. A pair of ACEs is a combination of adverse childhood experiences and adverse community events. And I know that you're familiar with adverse childhood experiences, basically falling into 3 categories of child abuse, child neglect, and this general household dysfunction where kids are growing up. But this concept of adverse community events is an evolving one, and it essentially covers what's happening in the community. So things like extreme weather and disasters, neighborhood blight to include violence and poverty and poor housing, and a variety of other things that happen at the community level. And we've known for a while the health effects of adverse childhood experiences, but what we're starting to understand even better now is the catalytic effect of the adverse community events, or what happens in the community where these kids are growing up. It can be a good effect or it can be a bad effect, but there's this catalytic effect that happens in the neighborhood that affects health outcomes as well. So the stakeholders chose pair of ACEs as one of their prioritized root causes. They selected barriers to care, so addressing barriers to care, addressing peer influences. And I do want to mention that this is not just specific to teenagers. I know a lot of people will think, well, peer influence, peer pressure, they're talking about teenagers. Peer influences affect all of us all of the time. There was a study that came out a couple of years ago that said obesity is contagious, meaning that if your peer group tends to be heavier, you tend to be heavier, that just there's this contagious effect to it. So it also has positive peer influence. So that's the other thing I want to make sure that we're always looking at both sides of these root causes, how some of them can be good and some of them can be negative. And then finally, the maternal behaviors and factors. So from the prenatal period, especially through the first 5 years of life, mom's health, both physical and mental health, has a strong influence on what happens with the kids as they grow up. Next slide, please. So after we had the prioritized root causes, we did an environmental scan and a provider survey to identify all of the programs and services that are currently addressing our top 4 root causes. Then we convened our stakeholder group again and had them review the results and identify gaps specific to El Dorado County. We then did a deeper dive on the specific evidence-based interventions that would address the selected root causes. And we came up with 12 categories of interventions. And the stakeholders reviewed the gaps and they reviewed the potential intervention categories, and they determined that they wanted to address the gaps with interventions that you see on this screen. So interventions that were collaborative, that were upstream, that were cross-cutting or addressed a number of the priorities at one time. And then finally, interventions that helped families navigate the systems that they need. Next slide, please. So at the end of that process, the stakeholder group identified the prioritized intervention categories, which were population and policy-based interventions, providing support to parents, and then risk reduction. And so I'm going to quickly go through some of the high-level outcomes that we're looking for as part of the community health improvement plan that the stakeholders helped us identify. So next slide, please. So the first one, this population policy based, the high level goal here is to seek or support programs or policies designed to address one or more of the prioritized root causes to improve population health. So what you see on your screen are the focus areas specific to this particular priority. And what they represent are the gaps that were identified by the stakeholders in our conversations, our environmental scan, our gaps analysis, et cetera. Okay, so that's the focus of this particular intervention category. Next slide, please. And so what is it that we would like to see at the end of the work that we're doing? So the desired outcomes, again, with a focus on those gaps, is to create a continuum of community health workers who have access to regularly updated resources in the community. What we identified through the gap analysis was that there are a number of different organizations who have community health workers or peer support navigators or peer counselors, anybody who connects with people on that peer-to-peer level, again, back to that peer influence. Anybody who connects with people on that level don't always have the most up-to-date information about what's available in the community. So creating a community of community health workers is one of the outcomes that we're looking to achieve. Two other areas that were identified in the gaps were access to transportation and access to broadband or internet services. And so outcomes related to how do we improve access to transportation and how do we create other ways of accessing services if you don't have access to transportation or the internet. Helping to address a lack of understanding of available resources through community education campaigns, specifically for parenting and risk reduction, focusing on substance use disorder, for example. And then decreasing the financial and access barriers to mental health or counseling therapy services, and then helping the stakeholders better understand how they can be involved in creating policy that's beneficial for the health of the community. Next slide, please. So the next intervention category that was prioritized was parenting support. And the overall goal here is to address the root causes, some of the drivers of health inequity and priority health issues, with a focus on early intervention and then creating this safe, stable, nurturing parent-child relationship. The focus area or the gaps that the stakeholders identified were new parents. And I want to say a word here about new parents, because oftentimes people think of new parents as being young people, but many times new parents are actually grandparents raising grandchildren. And so this need for information about resources that are available in the community is pertinent to a wide range of parents throughout the community. Also making sure that there's a population-based parenting program. Every single parent out there has experienced that moment of terror when their 2-year-old throws a temper tantrum in the grocery store. It doesn't matter how good of a parent you are, you absolutely do not know what to do. And that's the point of this population-based parenting support, is helping all parents understand that no parent out there has all of the answers, and that there's a place to go to get that information, and that actually makes you a really great parent, not someone who has a problem. And then again, taking all of those other gaps into consideration about transportation and internet access, expanding the opportunity for some of these support services to come to parents' homes and really help them there. Next slide, please. So specifically, what we're looking to achieve is creating this continuum of parenting, education, and support that both improves parents' desire to participate and improves their ability to participate. Again, that number 2, decreasing the stigma around parenting program participation. All parents need help and support. And then looking at very specific child well-being indicators, including in the state of California, you track adverse childhood experience scores when children go to the pediatrician's office for a visit. They can be given an ACE assessment, and then the state tracks that information. So we have a really great data source to be able to monitor improvement in that area. And then some of these other areas as well. Next slide, please. So the third prioritized intervention category is one around risk reduction. And again, the focus here is on mental health and substance abuse response, trying to intervene as early as possible, especially among parents and youth. So the gaps or the focus areas are substance misuse and overdose prevention, improving parenting skills for populations who are in dual treatment for mental health and substance use disorder. And then generally, there's so many opportunities and resources available at the schools, really capitalizing on those resources in the kindergarten through 12th grade. So next slide, please. Specifically, what we're looking to achieve here is improve access to mental health and substance abuse services and programs. I know that there's not a single one of you there today who hasn't heard from somebody who can't find help when they need it. And so that came through loud and clear. And one of the many benefits to having Olivia in the position that she's in now is that she was able to bring that really comprehensive, holistic view to the community health improvement plan and really bring in some additional resources that I don't typically see from health departments. So that's phenomenal. Improved access to perinatal residential treatment and recovery services. Again, we've got some really specific data points, including infants who are born addicted to substances. That's what that neonatal abstinence syndrome is. But also looking to decrease overdose deaths, improve mental health indicators, and others as identified by the agency. Expand parent-infant mental health programs, again, that upstream approach, and then reduce the stigma around some of these risk reduction programs. We know that a lot of people don't access substance abuse and mental health services because they're embarrassed and because of the stigma associated with it. And we want to try to address that. So I have one more slide and then I'm going to turn it back over to Olivia. So next slide, please. One of the things that we created in order for the community, the stakeholders, everybody who's interested in this is a Gantt chart that is going on the Well Dorado website. This Gantt chart lists out the different priorities, the different outcomes, the specific action steps, who's responsible for implementing each of those action steps, and when they are due to be completed. This chart will be updated. You see the blank column now that says status and achievements. As things are completed, there will be a hyperlink inserted into this document that allows the community to click on that hyperlink and see the progress that was made, the achievements for each of these specific action steps. Nice. So this will allow the community to really understand what's happening at a fairly granular level. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Olivia, and I'm going to stay on the line for questions.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bridger. You did an amazing job walking through that. I certainly saw all the slides, but your explanations were just incredibly helpful. So thank you so much. Olivia.
Colleen, if you're noticing funny faces, it's because there's a funny smell in the room. So didn't want you to think it had to do with anything with your presentation.
Yeah, before you go on, Kim, did you find anything?
It smells worse in here than it does out there. Kyle is contacting facilities to find out what's going on.
It smells electrical, is what it
Yeah,
does.
it does.
Yeah. So we may just stay tuned. We're alert. We're
I'll
figuring
be
out what's good.
quick.
Okay.
It's really just this last slide. So I really just wanted to thank all of our partners that participated in this process. This is a long list of them. I hope that we didn't forget anyone. It was inadvertent if we did. We also, as I mentioned, had a lot of community participation, and a special shout out to our public health staff who really helped to drive this process. And will help to continue to make sure that we stay on track. And of course, to Dr. Bridger for helping lead us through this process. So with that, I am open to any questions or comments.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Olivia, and congratulations to both you and our community partners for engaging this. I had the opportunity to sit in on a few of the stakeholders meetings, and they were very engaged in robust discussions, and just really applaud the thoroughness that has brought this to us today. So I believe Supervisor Heidel, your button was first.
Yes, I have just some questions on clarity more than anything else, but I was curious about the combining of mental health and substance use as one category.
It was my way of getting the fourth up into the three categories.
That's what I thought it was. I read that into it because I labeled it number 4. I said, okay, we elevated number 4. Okay, right. Because to me, they're not directly related.
No, they're not.
There are some connectivities, but they're not directly related. So, okay.
Yeah, it was just to try to get more into the project, and because our behavioral health division is a combination of substance use disorder and mental health, and they work closely together, it seemed like that was an appropriate move to make.
I think the end product was great.
Yeah.
It's just, some of the mechanics of getting there were a little bit more difficult to understand. So when I look at your root cause analysis, or Colleen's, your collective root cause analysis, the one thing that strikes me is these are fundamental causes. They're not truly a 5 why root cause. For instance, something like mental health. I think most of us recognize there's genetic dispositions for mental health. And you see it carry through the chain from, genes from generation to generation. That's not something you can address immediately other than recognition, right? Awareness to determine when somebody's getting to a point where it looks like they're exhibiting characteristics similar to another previous relative, that you have to start getting some treatment stuff. So to me, they're not true root cause. It's the first level of fundamental causes. And I applaud you for that because I think you've got a good selection of those. When I get to slide 14, and we introduced the term barriers to care, it looks like we were taking impulsivity, low self-esteem, poverty, lack of access, discrimination, poor diet, lack of physical exercise, and calling those barriers to care. Is that the affinity, the categorization that was done, or is barriers to care really something different that wasn't identified in a root cause chart?
Colleen, do you want to take that one?
Yes, I will take that one. And they were not, that barriers to care was not a combination of those root causes that you listed. It was a discrete category that was identified as something that was preventing people from accessing services.
Okay, so it was an additional fundamental cause that really didn't get flagged, I guess, in the original table, the original chart.
It's under lack of access / barriers to care.
Okay,
So
okay,
it was
I got it. Okay,
shorthanded.
so it's that one that you carried over then, lack of access and barriers to care. But you only carried barriers to care, not lack of access?
It's both. It's just the shorthand for that.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to understand the breakdown,
I
because you
appreciate it.
always start, basically refining things and converging on the real fundamental elements. So that's all good.
Oh, too funny. Well, there's the smoke. Well,
Oh, really?
let's make it a smoke.
Okay. We're going to have one of those pretty soon. So we need to make everybody aware of it, right?
Oh my gosh.
Crisis averted then.
All right.
All is
Good
well.
to
Thank you.
Just one final one on slide 18. We talk about improved access to expanding transportation services. We've had discussions on transit, how we do that. We've had discussions about our transit authority, dial-a-ride, all those kinds of things. The thing that we found is people are very reluctant to use that on a regular basis unless they're in a very metropolitan type of area where they don't have the services and they need it. When you talk about rural areas, that's really tough to define how you provide those expanded transportation services. So we've had that discussion. It hasn't been void from the discussion, but to me, the real answer is better use of technology.
Yeah.
And the broadband and the internet connectivity and those kinds of things will really provide that communication path that people can get services. Obviously doctors' offices now have you have a video chat with your doc, right? You don't need to necessarily go in, but those kinds of things open up the opportunity to expand services without having to physically transport yourself from one location to another location. So to me, that's the real key of the ones that are in there. And that was my final comment, but great job. I think the outcome, all of the appropriate pursuits are correct, but we recognized a lot of them previously. It's hopefully refining. And I really like the Gantt chart, I guess, as a final comment, because that really places a timeline with it and it places accountability. Who's going to lead, right? Not that everybody else doesn't participate, but those are the kinds of things that get into project management that make projects successful. So
Well, and I
thank you
think-
for bringing that forward.
Absolutely. And I think that's usually where these projects fall short, is the carry through. So I want to
Yep.
make sure that we don't fall into that trap.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Parlin.
I forgot to write down one of my comments, so I don't know what it is. So lucky you guys. I had a different thought though on the transportation that was brought up on the slides 17 and 18. In my mind, right now, the Transit Authority is doing a survey asking people what they want. And I know when I visited Marshall Hospital has a, what do you call it? A satellite wellness center up in Georgetown. And when I visited there, the staff told me that transportation is an issue for a lot of folks physically getting places. And so I'm wondering if somehow the data that you have collected that, points out transportation issue can be shared with the Transit Authority as because my concern, honestly, for the survey as a whole, it's very digital based right now. And I'm concerned that a lot of folks that want transportation or need transportation aren't even going to see our survey. And since you've got it in your survey, I'm just thinking maybe share that with the Transit Authority, because I think there's a great need up there. There actually is up in the Divide. There's a gentleman he just advertises out there. He's out there for rides. It is a huge deal for folks. The more remote you get, and telestuff is great, but not if you need an x-ray or something.
right.
So, I just thought maybe sharing your survey data could help with those folks that are underrepresented. And then to talk about the community health workers and the community of community health workers, I'm like, hey, hubs. So I think that these findings kind of help support our path forward on hubs. And so I will bring up hubs every chance I get, you guys, I will. But I think that this shows that the need and the way to get those services out to people, and having services and navigators out there for services in our libraries, it just takes away that stigma and is less threatening and all that. So I just appreciate that the data shows that this is probably where we need to go. So thank you, Olivia.
You're welcome.
Oh, wait, I know what it was. It was one of the presentations Olivia said, and this is the best part. She said, this is not just going to sit on a shelf. This is an action plan. So thank you for that, because so many of these things that we do just sit on shelves, and we don't want to do that anymore. So I appreciate that. And I'm going to hold you to it.
Please do.
And I will be there to support you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Good comments. And I like the idea of utilizing the hubs to the most effective way we can. And even the parent programs and support could be an excellent place for that. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I just want to thank Olivia for bringing this presentation up today. I think it opens our eyes a lot. It really does, especially with all the things that need to be addressed, especially in our county. And you're talking about obesity, it's a big problem we have, and especially these fast foods. And we have an epidemic right now of fatty livers. Yep. There's a lot of people that have been passing away with fatty livers. And my cousin just passed away just recently because of it. And my brother did 4 years ago. And it's addressed with a lot of fast food. That's what the doctors were saying. So I'm glad that you're up on that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, my final question to you is, now that we've just kind of finalized our recommended budget, what kind of budget requirements will be needed to actually implement this plan?
That's a good question. Well, actually, part of this project was identifying existing funding sources that we could put toward the project. So we have I think we have an existing funding source to get started, at least. And as we get moving, it'll become clearer.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news that we have what we need to get started. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for this excellent presentation and collaborative work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So with that, we'll take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines, Shingle Springs. Philosophical question. Can you have a public hearing if there's no public? Practical question. Reference to the GAT chart, Weldorado website. I apologize, don't know that acronym. Kudos to the presentation. Hispanic outreach. Je parle français. Yo puedes hablar español. Es muy importante. Gracias. And I love the comments about meeting folks where they are and the stigma, reducing it, the hub concept, that stuff. I just think those are major, conceptual improvements in the plan overall. Been a part of way too many of them, as most of you. State of the art. Can't say more about it. It's just spot on. Just two thoughts going forward. There's not too much public here. Great information. There's so much great information you generate here. Trying to figure out as a teacher, how can you get more eyeballs? My idea is you need a podcast page. Maybe Supervisor Parlin could host one, because I saw a hidden value in terms of pun identification today. And you have a pastoral approach with George Turnbow. Each of you have strengths. And then ending on a question for Wendy, I noticed in the middle, there's this enormous outlier in terms of getting public participation. How'd you pull that off? If you don't tell us, it's fine.
I'm not going to take credit for that. It was our staff. I did notice District 3 was engaged though, so yay. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom like to make comments?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Amy Pooley.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Board of Directors, Dr. Bridger, Olivia. I think I might see Matt Smith in the corner there on Zoom. Pleasure to call in today and just express my sincere kudos and gratitude to Olivia, Dr. Bridger, and the public health team on creating this plan. A lot of public were absolutely involved in the creation of this plan, in the DOT process. Several community agencies, nonprofit, education, obviously our public health sector were involved, and stakeholders, as Olivia and Dr. Bridger presented. Their approach was comprehensive and very inclusive, and their dedication, like Supervisor Parlin said, Olivia mentioned to us several times, this is not a plan that's going to sit on a shelf. They are absolutely dedicated and asked for all of us to lean in and gather our buy-in to implementing a plan that drives real action towards seeing positive impacts on those major community health issues. And it was a sincere pleasure to participate, and I am looking forward to seeing where things go.
Thank you for your participation, Amy, and your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning, Kelly.
Yeah, 4 more minutes till good afternoon. First of all, I just want to make, I understand somebody said it was an oversight, but I actually would like to point out that it might not be when you put mental health and substance abuse in a category, because actually 1 out of every 3 addicts are what they call dual diagnosed. And if you don't believe me, you can go to the US Department HHS page where they talk about dual diagnosis, and that often they are very interlinked, and sometimes can be the cause towards procuring addictions when people are trying to self-medicate of undiagnosed mental health conditions, such as anxiety, can easily start a marijuana use because it can calm that particular issue. Bipolar disorder is also one that is very frequently led into substance abuse because it can help manage the effects of that up and down. My son was diagnosed as dual diagnosed in his addiction journey. So perhaps it wasn't an oversight, and maybe, does need to have that shared category. I do want to say, when it comes to community health issues, please be patient with the community after what we consider the COVID deception of 2020, where people were considered, well, I don't know what we were considered, but basically now that we know there was so much ineffective use of the masks, the shutdowns, the school closures, leading to harmful effects, a lot of incorrect science. George, I'm more concerned about the people dying from this COVID vaccine at this point than I am obesity. It is rampant. I have seen it personally and following it very carefully. As for the podcast, any of you are welcome anytime. We have a podcast that airs weekly called El Dorado County News and Review. And we love to give our opinions and thoughts, and would welcome any of you to come at any time. On Wednesday evening is when we record. And that's it.
Thank you for your comments, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good morning, Tracy.
Hey guys, I just wanted to call in and remind you that I have asked since this contract with Colleen came to the table for it to not be approved and to be terminated. George Turnbull didn't mean to approve the contract. He wasn't aware of what the motion was. He thought it was coming back. So I want to remind you of that. We have a health equity warrior Marxist involved in this process. She came from San Antonio. She wanted to, she's part of this COVID scam that Kelly mentions. She wanted to sue, she did sue with the other people in San Antonio, the federal government and the Trump administration to try to keep citizens locked down on a military base or keep them on the Princess, was it the Princess ship in the port, the cruise ship? I don't want people like this involved in our county. She also calls illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, guests, they're just guests passing through. So what's next? You want to come here and bring some of those guys up here and have them, be part of our community? You're going to bring your guest workers here? They're just passing through. What was the term? I remember, check out her Twitter, but she absolutely doesn't align with the majority of the population of this county. And I again request that this contract with her be terminated. We have an enormous Health and Human Services department with the bigger budget than the sheriff's now, yet we've got to bring in these consultant, quote unquote, experts. What does Olivia have, just an incompetence problem and the staff? Why is this woman still contracted with this county? And why is she so white privileged that we buy first class tickets for her? Do something and get her out of here. You're not welcome here, Colleen. We don't want you here. That's all.
That public comment is closed, and I will close the public hearing on that. I did have one follow-up question. Leo Kushan reminded me of a question that I did have for you, Olivia. How are we going to reach the community in terms of these proposed interventions, and how will we communicate and roll out this plan to the broader community?
So the www.weldorado.org is and that is our hub for all things public health related. So that's going to be where we post all of our progress with this project. I also plan on developing a newsletter so that we can broadcast what we're doing as a Health and Human Services agency to the public. I think it's important, and this will be included. So those are two thoughts for now. And I also think that I'll draw on all of your newsletters and any other existing resources to get information out to the public, including our PIO.
Wonderful. Yeah. Great. All right. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So bring this back to the board for any final comments, deliberations, or action.
Is there action on it? What is this?
I guess I do have a question of Olivia.
Well,
Now
just to
thinking
receive
about
a presentation. So there's no action on this today then. Okay.
it.
Great.
I do have a question. Podcasts were mentioned. Is that something Health and Human Services is considered as a communication venue that would make sense to try to put information on public health, available to the public in that format as opposed to everything else we do?
I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'll have to draw on someone who knows how to do podcasts,
Right.
but I am open to it.
Wow.
Because I think that might be a way to communicate with
Yeah.
people who are otherwise not engaged. I don't know what
Absolutely.
percentage of the population it is, but there are a lot of people that listen to podcasts. So yeah, I'm glad to hear you're open to that, and maybe we can find a way to make it happen and
Yeah.
facilitate it. So
I've also been very impressed by the sheriff's department's Facebook postings and the way
Yes.
and I think that that's something that we as an agency can learn from and start to do as well. So I think there are a variety of methods that we can get information out that we haven't drawn on.
and you do have a PIO right in place. So we have the facilitator
Yep.
per se in terms of the personnel to do it. Just need to refocus maybe a little bit some of the avenues there, but yes, very effective.
Well, and Olivia, just applaud your creativity, your forward thinkingness, and just your collaborative approach, and just look forward to seeing how this is rolled out. Congratulations on the good work that has brought us to this point, and look forward to our community getting healthier and having additional resources and support that can move our community forward.
Thank
So,
you very much
Thank
for
you
your
so
support.
much.
Absolutely. Have a good
Excellent.
rest of your day.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Excellent presentation. So with that, we are at the noon hour. I know we still have two department matters, 32 and 33, But it's the will of the board to take those after our open forum.
Yes, it
And
is.
break for lunch and let you get on your way, Supervisor Parlin. All right. So with that, thank you all for we got through a lot of items, good discussions. And with that, we will break for lunch and be back at 1 p.m. for our open forum. Thank you, Kim, and good afternoon. We are back, and it is now time for open forum. So Kim, can you get us started?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Come on up.
Come on down. Anyone have anything to say to us today? Hello. Good afternoon.
My name's Jackie Phillips. I live in Deer Park. And I have some issues that I wanted to bring forth since the Mountain Democrat said, you guys have money for roads. Crusader and Patterson. There's a large pipe there. I stopped and measured it on the way in. It's 13 inches in diameter. Crusader is the first cross street and it goes right into, almost goes right into the Lake Oaks Mobile Home Park. Every year, that pipe gets backed up. And I'm not kidding you when I say you can't drive through it. It is dangerous. I've gone around and come back in another way. And it's been that way for, I can't even tell you how many years. Just up from that on the opposite side of the road, there's one of those grates in the ground. And when the water comes down, it fills the top of the grate. Therefore, that water isn't going anywhere. It's still, and then it starts building up. It's a real hazard, and it's been that way for a long time. And then we get the spot where the pavement is bad. So about every other day, Dot's there with a bag of cold patch, and there's a guy there filling up a cold, wet hole. That doesn't work. I have to tell you, that doesn't work. So anyway, I would really like to see somebody address that particular thing. I asked the DOT people when they were working out there, and they said, yeah, they knew about it, but they didn't budget for it. And this has been going on for years. I've been in my house 50 years, and I can tell you it is, and people have gotten caught in it, can't get out of it, which is no good either, But anyway, so that's number one. Okay. Number two, just a side note, the last car count on Pleasant Valley Road 2 years ago was 4,723 cars a day. And I know it's gone up. On a 2-lane road, took me 7 minutes to drive from Pleasant Valley Road and Missouri Flat to El Dorado. That's about a mile and a half, George, in that area. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so that is a concern. We did get Tullis Mine repaired, finally. Fire department had to complain. And at the Dawson's, when they built the place, they came to the fire department and they asked us what we wanted. They built an FAA approved LZ there. And if you mess with Missouri Flat Road, you ruin that LZ. That is a licensed LZ.
Thank you, Jackie. And if you have further comments, if you want to, you can go in the Board of Supervisors office and ask for my assistant, because I know you're in my district, and give her any other additional information you'd like to share with her.
Okay.
Her name is Karen.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you much.
Thank
Be
you so
safe.
much. Appreciate
Have a good
you
afternoon.
coming. Thank you for your comments. All right, let's go online.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants, not taking public comment from Valerie Baker.
Okay, just checking the audio.
Yes, you're coming across loud.
Perfect. This is regarding agenda item number 9. I'm not sure if you've already voted on it, but
yes, we have.
Okay, I'll just make it my 3 minutes then. I'll go quick. I'm a resident of Diamond Springs. I'm also an attorney with my law practice in Cameron Park. I want to explain that the proclamation that you may have voted on, I don't know which way you voted, but that it violates California state constitution because gender ideology and theology is a religion. And the definition of a religion is a particular system of faith and worship, also a pursuit or interest in which someone ascribes supreme importance. And the concurring appendant in Fox versus City of Los Angeles, it was noted that Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution of the State of California provides in part free exercise and enjoyment of religion without discrimination or preference are guaranteed. The substance of the guarantee of religious freedom has appeared in our state constitution since 1849, and those who framed its language were hardly hostile to religion. Rather, they understood that individuals remain free to choose on matters of belief only so long as the power and the authority of the state are never devoted to the advancement of any particular sect or denomination. In Fox versus City of Los Angeles, the California Constitution, like the United States Constitution, does not merely prescribe an establishment of religion. It also prescribes, sorry, lost my place. It also prescribes that there cannot be other evidence or common knowledge that make it clear that the real purpose of a proclamation is a religious one. So I submit that the purpose of this proclamation to declare Pride Month is a religious one, notwithstanding some protestations to the contrary. The question becomes, is there preference here with a proclamation for an entire month to be dedicated to one religion, which is gender ideology and theology? Certain members of our community with other religious convictions, such as Muslims, Christians, Catholics, and Mormons, just to name a few, would believe so. In the California Constitution, there is no requirement that each religion always be represented. However, to proclamate an entire month dedicated to honoring one religion and only that one does seem preferential when comparable recognition to other religious entities is impracticable. And that comes from Evans versus Selma Union High School District. And I will end there since you already voted on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Coshon, Shingle Springs, Pollock Pines, in transition. Thank you for having this forum for the public. I have the pleasure and honor of sharing the morning with you, and just would like the public to know that we need more public for public hearings. And thank you for listening, especially to the advice kind of from both sides, from Kelly, who I love in terms of her civility and respectful disagreement, and then myself, urging you to consider other ways of spreading the good news of what happens through podcasts, etc. I am concerned with the increasing lack of civility. That's why we have Bridge the Divide that I see from the public, especially towards you folks, and then bleeding over into some of the folks you have coming to make reports, some of the folks you've hired as consultants, and to some of the public in general. It is my understanding that this is a limited public forum, and you are allowed some minimum levels of expectation for civility. In other words, like, profanity, really tearing down somebody. I mean, it's a gray area, but I would urge you to ask your great, attorney to give you an opinion in the future and put a few words back, I'm assuming back, because most public comment parts of the agenda lay out at least a suggestion and urging for civility, and some are a bit more explicit in terms of what will get your mic turned out. So thank you for taking my opinion, and wish you all the well as you finish your long agenda in a very timely manner. Kudos. Take care.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to invite you personally to what we're calling the Golden Hub History Day. It'll be on September the 16th. That's a Saturday, and it'll be at our El Dorado Gold 1848 building at 515 Main Street. It'll be an all-day event. we'll have genealogy, we'll have the railroad. There'll be all different kinds of, I believe we're going to have some minerals there, gems, and maybe we'll get the historical society are the ones that are engaged. The El Dorado County Historical Society, which you know is right across the street at 524 Main Street. So anyway, it's a personal invite. Wendy, you can bring Dennis if you want. But at the same time, I think you guys had something going on the last time I made an invitation to you, Chair. And you, I believe you were busy that evening. So maybe because it's, I wanted to get the word out far enough in advance so that you could put it on your calendar and see how it competes with other things. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the heads up.
There's no additional public comment.
Right. Thank you all for your comments. All right. So as we move back to our agenda, we have two department matters, items number 32 and 33 that we did not get to this morning. And so let's call up number 32, Kim.
Item number 32 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board consider the following. 1, waive the 180-day waiting period for extra help employment of CalPERS retired annuitant to fill the critically needed position within the department. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing the appointment of Stephen McVeigh as retired annuitant for the position of extra help principal engineering technician effective July 1st, 2023. And 3, authorize an exception to personnel rule 604.5 to hire the annuitant at step 5.
This is not a public hearing.
No, this is not.
Everything else on our agenda today.
It
Good
is
afternoon,
not.
Raphael.
But I'm glad that we are having this public discussion because it is part of CalPERS requirements. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. The Department of Transportation is still struggling finding technical staff to fill a lot of our retired positions that over the years our staff has acquired due to years of experience and knowledge. And with the retirement, it has made it very difficult for us to refill those positions. One such case is that of Stephen McVeigh, a principal technician, engineering technician that has over 28 years of CAD experience. He's the one who's done all of the 3D renderings of Mount Murphy, Mosquito, and that kind of experience just isn't found every day. He informed us that he was retiring in January of this year. And since then, we've had 2 recruitments, of which both have failed. And so CalPERS policy requires us to come back to the governing body to request that we waive the 180 day time period so that the Department of Transportation can get him back at least on a part-time basis, on a part-time basis in order to get him extra help, that is, so that we can get him back in so that we can accomplish some of our critical engineering tasks that are before us until we can either find another position or body or find a consultant that could perform the same task. So I hope that the board will agree with the department's recommendations to waive the 180 day period so that we can get Stephen McVeigh back on an extra help part-time basis to fill that need. So that is it. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you.
Very clear explanation. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
great.
All right, any questions for Raphael?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. We'll take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne. Hello, Chris.
Again, good afternoon, board. I was going to speak on this in the morning, but I thought it was important enough to come back this afternoon. I don't see anybody in the audience. Stephen is somebody that I used to supervise. Not recognizing, I had lost touch of how close he was coming to retirement. I wasn't aware that he retired, I guess in April. So DOT, Department of Transportation, my former employer, finds itself in a very difficult situation. At one time, Stephen had a unit in the department that he would supervise 3 others, all working on computer-aided design and drafting. He managed to, over the years that I supervised him, to expand his skill set, which now the director has just stated in his opening with you, how important that has been and the difficulty of finding qualified individuals. I did want to congratulate Stephen on his retirement. Very deserving. And the resolution and the attachment of the Legistar, actually the Legistar background and discussion adequately describes why this position and why the need for an extra help person, Stephen McVeigh. Just about finished here. I believe that the success of the department, and Raphael knows this, comes very strongly with people that you don't normally hear about. You just see their products, you see their efforts. And this is a case where today it would have been nice to have Stephen there and then maybe give him a resolution or something about his retirement, because he's the type of person that the county needs to have in its workforce. Very diligent and experienced, a quality individual, and Raphael deserves to have that type of people in his employment. Please approve this. I would recommend you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your unique insights, Chris.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon again. I would like to add another compliment from Chris's to the Transportation Department, both for the transparency as they do this process and for what, in my experience, is a pretty awesome achievement to be able to bring somebody back from retirement. Usually people get on with their life. I know that's what I chose. I do think it points to a bigger picture for the board to consider as more and more of us of my generation do retire and take, like Chris said, skills that you don't really see except through the outcomes. Love that phrase. And I know that dispatchers have come and talked to you about some of the impact they're having. It's all over the news about how difficult the recruitment market is. And so as you're doing your due diligence, creating the budget and all those needs, I think at some point having an idea about how many unfilled positions you have might be helpful in terms of your strategic plan elsewhere. Again, thank you to the transportation department, but I get a little confused, but I had the honor to visit South Lake Tahoe around the Living History Wagon Train event. And boy, you guys have a lot of work to do out there, guys and gals. Thank you. Take care.
Thanks.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we are certainly grateful for Mr. McVeigh and his willingness to help out and use his expertise to continue to serve the county. So very grateful for that.
I just have one question. It's not specific. I support this.
Yes.
But I'm wondering unintended consequences. Like when a person retires, does CalPERS limit how much work you can do on the side while you're in retirement? And is that part of this equation?
Yes, that is correct. They can only work a certain number of hours throughout the entire year. And I believe that number is 960, but I will confirm that.
Right.
So yes, there is a
You'll
limit
be
to that.
working within that
Yes.
bracket. And the other thought is just that we not create an incentive to do this. Like we don't want people retiring if they still want to work, but we just want to make sure that we're not creating a habit.
100%.
And I don't think that is anything to do with what you're talking about.
No,
I'm just
not at
thinking
all.
of the broader labor force.
And we are working with HR to see how best we need to reevaluate our current description of our positions to see if maybe there's some rewording that we need to do to find more technical capabilities elsewhere and to entice them to come here. Because we know that those skills are out in the engineering market. It's just a matter of getting them to come to El Dorado County and having them be part of our workforce is the difficulty.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that maybe in working with HR, maybe incentives that we are looking into bringing into the mix, which has been successful with our maintenance crews as of the last 8 months, especially during this winter season when we utilize extra help for our snow removal process. We're going to look into incentives as well to see if we can entice people to come here as well for those same reasons.
Excellent.
Sure.
Good comments. All right. What is the will of the board?
I'm going to move the item for staff's report, or staff's recommendation.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much, Ward. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you,
All righty.
Raphael. Appreciate that.
Sure. Thank
Best
you.
wishes.
Thank you.
Who was the second? Second was Supervisor Turnbooth. All right. With that, we have our last department matter, item number 33.
Item number 33 comes from the clerk of the board based upon a request from the probation department recommending the board appoint one board member to the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. So basically under a Welfare and Institutions Code 749.22, a coordinating council must include a board member. So it was an oversight and they were looking to have a board member appointed. Basically what this council does, it's a coordinating council, and the coordinating council is meant to develop a comprehensive and multi-agency plan that identifies the resources and strategies for providing an effective continuum of responses for the prevention, intervention, supervision, treatment, and incarceration of juvenile offenders. So just to kind of give the board a little bit of background on what you would be signing up for. So I'll put it in your hands now.
And Kim, do we know how often they meet? Just to give supervisors an idea of the commitment required?
I don't have that information. They're just moving to go to be in Legistar. So let me see if they've got something like that posted online.
While we're perhaps looking that up, and I'm sorry, I didn't think to ask that sooner. Does any supervisor have a desire to serve in this capacity?
So where is the meetings going to be held at, or is it Zoom meetings, or?
Let me see. I don't see their agenda is being posted online. Let's see. Is Brian Richard online? No.
I was just looking.
Yeah.
I don't think they meet very often. And the fact that they're not in Legistar tells me that I don't know if they're in the hybrid model. So I think I talked to Supervisor Thomas, and at one point she said that she would be willing to sit on the commission. So if maybe she could volunteer, and then if for some reason the commitment is something different than we anticipate, we could potentially look for an alternate.
Unless someone else has a,
We could always appoint Supervisor Perlin.
we could. That's right.
And we could always,
That's true.
Well, I mean, just depending on where it's at, if it's in Tahoe, it would be more likely Brooke should be the one that, you
Right.
know, because it's closer for her.
I would be very
Especially
surprised if it was in
I
I don't think
Tahoe.
it's in Tahoe. I think it's down at the probation office. I would be interested if.
Yeah, no, I-
If
I mean, all
appropriate,
this could be,
but if
but
you're
I mean,
interested, George,
It
I'm
just depends on
completely open, Stu.
where it's at. So that's the biggest issue.
All right, well, we need to appoint someone today. And given that we don't have a ton of information, but like I said, it doesn't sound like it's a regular.
the other thing is
Commitment.
compatibility. If they meet at a certain time and date, we're already committed to something
Right,
else, then it
Right.
gets into that direct conflict by like behavioral health
Especially on-
commission.
Exactly, LAFCO,
LAFCO.
right, right.
Right.
So it would be helpful if we do, but if we have to.
Let me see, the CAO's office have some clarity?
Receiving it as we speak
Oh,
here. So,
perfect. Excellent.
so we meet they meet once a month.
Oh, they do, okay.
And then I have the where and times questions out there. So I'll feed those as I receive them.
Because that does
Um,
have some bearing.
Time is 3:30 to 5.
Okay.
Good, we're getting closer.
Yeah, sorry.
Tuesdays, no.
Yeah.
I'll try.
While we're waiting, Kim, can you once again just talk about what the goal or the task of this coordinating council is?
So the coordinating councils, it says it should develop a comprehensive multi-agency plan that identifies resources and strategies, providing an effective continuum of responses for the prevention, intervention, supervision, treatment, and incarceration of juvenile offenders, including strategies to develop and implement locally based or regionally based out-of-home placement options for youth. Counties may also utilize community punishment plans developed pursuant to grants awarded from funds to extend the plans address a juvenile crime and juvenile justice system or local plans previously developed for this program. And then they list some components, an assessment of existing law enforcement, probation, education, mental health, social services, drug and alcohol and youth services, identification and prioritization of neighborhoods, schools, and other areas in a community that face a significant public safety risk from juvenile crimes, such as gang activity, having a local action plan for improving and marshaling the resources, develop information intelligence sharing systems to ensure that county actions are fully coordinated, identify outcome measures, rate of juvenile arrest, the rate of successful completion of probation, and the rate of successful completion of restitution and court-ordered services. Others that participate in this, so the council at a minimum shall include the chief probation officer as chair, and one representative of the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, the sheriff's office, the board of supervisors, Department of Social Services, Department of Mental Health, a community-based drug and alcohol program, a city police department, the county office of education or school district, and an at-large community representative.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Sounds quite comprehensive. And do we have a date?
No, we're still waiting for responses from the department, but what we have right now is that it meets monthly. In Shingle Springs, 3:30 to 5.
Okay, great. So Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Hydall, you were both interested. Is there an alternate or you're just one member? I understand.
But it says it's looking for, it says the Portage Council shall at a minimum, the Board of Supervisors. So I think it's at a minimum unless council interprets it differently. I don't know why we wouldn't have more.
I think typically alternates are provided in the bylaws for the committee.
Generally
And
they
I
are,
haven't had
yes.
I haven't had a chance to review to see if this particular committee does have bylaws allowing for an alternate appointment. For the time, I mean, I can try to find it during the course of this.
Okay, I think you're correct in your assumption. So
I am, but I need to know if there's a conflict. For instance, agenda review. If it's a day on Mondays, we have agenda review at 3:00. That's really squeezing if it starts at 3:30. So you just have to look at what else is also in that mix on their meeting day, right? Yeah.
well,
We're not going to find out.
we don't have that information too. So I mean, we could always change.
Should we
agenda.
go on to the next item and circle back to this afterwards? Because we still
There
have
is-
43, don't we? Item number 43?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so what is we're going to table this right now? Trail
Trail
it,
it till
and we
later.
will revisit this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's do to and froms. Who's ready for to and froms?
I am.
Okay, great. Start us off then, Supervisor Heidel.
Okay, Wednesday, June the 14th, I attended the Lincoln Highway Association gathering at the Mohan Ranch. And George was there as well. I'm trying to think if anybody else was there. I think it was just the two supervisors. But it was a celebration, obviously, of the Lincoln Highway being established, coming through El Dorado County. They had a great turnout, a great event. I had to leave a little bit earlier because I came up to the El Dorado County preview night, but at least just give recognition to the Lincoln Highway Association. And then I attended the preview night at the fair. I think a lot of us were there, maybe with the exception of Supervisor Lane. I think we were all there and about and had a great evening. Just a wonderful event again, put on by the Fair Board and with all of the associated carnival rides and other things. It was just a wonderful evening. So then on Thursday, I attended the El Dorado County Fair ribbon cutting. It was out here at the front gate and that went fairly quickly. And so I think I was the only supervisor there for that, but did attend that. And then later that day, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting for two primary areas for discussion. One was employee salary ranges and benefits. So we did decide to do a 3-year comp study as opposed to 2 years, restricting things out, but there was a discussion there consistent with the kind of discussions we have with the county, how we establish that nonprofit as it's a government agency, it's a JPA. With respect to salaries and benefits. The other significant part is there is an increased activity for public outreach to get more participation, particularly given the fact that this year there's a 19% discount as opposed to, or in comparison to PG&E's electrical power costs for all of El Dorado County. There's still a number of non-participating groups. I was surprised to hear that El Dorado Hills is the #1 area of non-participation. So we're going to focus more on that and see if we can't put the information out, because I don't know who wouldn't want almost a 20% discount for their electrical costs, but evidently there's people that don't. So then moving on from there, on Friday, both Wendy and I attended the SACOG Blueprint Workshop. Very interesting meeting. We need to recognize that SACOG represents 6 county regions, including 22 cities. And a population of 2.35 million people. So as you might imagine, is at a workshop, there was a lot of different perspectives and a lot of different discussions on what was the highest priorities. And so what I found, at least at the table I was in, since there was no one else from a rural type of county at the table, majority of them were much more interested in things like transit than I was, because our transit systems go largely with low ridership, and we're very difficult to try to get people to get on them to participate in stuff. But some other areas, the cities in particular, where transits have been very effective, they're wanting more and more of that. So my biggest takeaway from the whole thing is one size doesn't fit all. We need to consider not only the majority in the SACOG regions to make sure that their policies and the planning addresses their needs, but all of the other fringe areas of the county, or the 6 counties as well. We have rural areas, we have highly populated areas, and we have areas kind of in between. And they all need to be addressed from the standpoint of transportation planning and other related planning. So the one thing that occurred to me is that we should probably look at the full 6 county map of SACOG and identify where we have the high demand for transit, where we have very rural areas as 2 contrasts, right? Because you're going to see different spots on the maps of the 6 counties, and then kind of the areas in between, because I don't believe that any one activity is going to yield the best benefit for everyone if we use the philosophy of majority rules. And so hopefully we'll be able to change that over time. The discussion was very good, but of the items I prioritized representing a rural county, only one of the 4 items I prioritized ended up on our final list. Because again, it was more influenced by other participants at my table, which included the mayor of the city of Galt and included the city of Folsom and other private businesses. So it was a great meeting, great collection of people, great inputs. But I think if you only take the major takeaways from that, you miss the other picture that there's a lot of people that aren't represented by that model, right? And they need to be considered in the model. So how do we accomplish that was kind of my greatest takeaway. And I'm sure Wendy can offer some other comments on, we compared notes and we aligned pretty well on where our priorities were, right? As you might expect, but anyway. And then yesterday, Supervisor Lane and I went on a tour of El Dorado Hills with Raphael chauffeuring. And I want to thank Raphael again for taking the time and taking us around to the various locations and stuff. So hopefully that was informative for Supervisor Lane to better understand not only topography, but areas where growth is planned, where the developments are planned. We went out to the Project Frontier site and looked at that in a little more detail, those kinds of things to get the orientation of what El Dorado Hills is and the proposed expansion of various areas. And the roadways, talking about, we went down Bass Lake Road and we went past Hollow Oak Drive, which was Joe's favorite topic of discussion, right? We had a little discussion about that. So we did a complete circulation for the most part, and I think it was very helpful for me to hear Raphael's comments on certain things and Supervisor Lane's as well, because we live in substantially different communities, and those community needs differ because of, similar to the SACOG, not every area of El Dorado County has similar needs. So again, we need to look at all of those in the mix of how do we come up with planning and processes and policies that address the whole totality of what we have as residents and not just the majority. You can't just work with the majority. You have to deal with the interests of everyone. So
Good.
I'll leave it at that.
Well, excellent. Well, why don't we go to you, Supervisor Lane, following that. Thank you both for taking that road trip.
Okay,
That's great.
yeah. Oh, it was fascinating. It was about an hour and a half, and we saw a lot. I learned a ton. So I want to thank Supervisor Heidel for putting that together, for that suggestion, and Mr. Martinez for joining us on that. It was really great, and it did help me start thinking about some projects that might be coming up soon, and being able to now picture what we're talking about is so helpful. And we vowed to, when those projects start coming forward, that we'll go back and take a look with specifics in mind. So that was super helpful. And that was the top of my list to thank you. I also wanted to send out a thank you to the planning and building department, and also Lake Valley Fire Department. Yesterday, in these high winds, we were having minimum of 50-mile-an-hour gusts up in the basin. We had a rather large tree fall on a house. The owners of the home were there when it happened. They were able to ascertain that it didn't have any structural damage, but they left and drove to another city to buy like caution tape they could put up while they were gone. A neighbor called the house in. Bottom line is, in an abundance of caution per protocol, they had the utilities shut off until they could assess it better. So you could imagine then the property owners come home and they're like, what happened? So both those two departments went back and reassessed with the property owners and were able to take care of the property. And I just really appreciated that prompt caring that everybody showed. So I wanted to send a thank you out there. And then lastly, I attended a TRPA housing, it's local government and housing committee meeting. And in Tahoe, we're talking about how do we incentivize deed restricted / affordable / workforce housing. And the things that we're looking at are height, density, and coverage. And right now, the way our policies are written, no one's incentivized to build that. And it's what we need. So we're really taking a hard look at the TRPA code. But what we realized that's just interesting about Tahoe is Tahoe has the TRPA has no control over parking specifically and setbacks. The local jurisdictions do. And parking is the biggest impediment to building affordable housing. It's not the only one, but it's the biggest one because we require like more than one per one bedroom because you got to take into account guests. So by the time you build the parking, the footprint is so small, it doesn't make sense. So we're really trying to work on that. I thought that was interesting and I'd bring it to your attention. And also the California Tahoe Conservancy was talking a lot about how they maintain 4,900 parcels that they own in Tahoe. And they're not always able to keep up with, for example, wildlife prevention tools that everyone in Tahoe is adopting neighborhood to neighborhood. But when you have these government lots all over the place and they're not doing the same, it creates a problem in the neighborhood. So those are the kind of things that we're talking about up in the basin.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate those insights. Supervisor Turnbow.
All right, let's get down to it a little bit here. So anyway, I was at the Capitol and Sacramento and stuff like that to honor the El Dorado County Food Bank for the nonprofit award.
That was
state
nice.
award,
Yeah.
Which was really nice, put on by Joe Patterson. And it was interesting. It was a luncheon and stuff, and there was probably 300-400 people there. It was amazing. Is what it was. So it was all outside, not inside, but it was a great thing. The next day, Lori and I attended the Sierra Institute in Plymouth County and looked at the new biomass facility that they built up there. And they're actually got a mill up there and they're doing process of a lot of lumber and stuff. It's pressed and they're building actually 3 Model 3 homes to help rebuild from the Dixie Fire, a lot of the residents up there. So that was a great thing. A lot of knowledge, stuff that we didn't know, and they already did the footprint. So they're willing to help us, this county, especially when we're talking about the mosquito fire and then also Grizzly Flat. So they help with the residents up there rebuild. Because there's 3 models of homes. One, I think it's 1,000 square foot, the other one's 1,200, and the other one's 1,400. And they're all fire proof is what they are. So it's a great thing. Also, Burger Day in Grizzly Flats. Mark attended that. It got rained on us, so it didn't last. I mean, huge drops. I guess everybody got soaked up there. As soon as he opened the car door, that was it. It was done. So anyway, and then we had, and then let's see, on the 12th, we had a meeting with the sheriff on syringe exchange. So that was kind of neat, you know, being there. I think you and I attended that, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, together and stuff. And then we had an internal meeting with SBI, kind of before we contact SBI, it was internal with staff and stuff. So working on that. And then we had the EDWA meeting and stuff. I had to zoom in. I had to leave because I had other meetings. It just, everything was all, that particular day was really hard to, I had too many things going on all at once is what it was. And then on Thursday, basically we had the Grizzly Flat, we toured Grizzly Flat with the Forest Service and stuff, and they're willing to donate property up there, 5 to 10 acres, depending on what they want. South County Alliance is actually going to step up and they're going to actually run the facility, take over. Bill Roby was there. We had a representative from Megan Dolly's office and Kevin Kiley's office. So it was a great meeting. And we're just trying to figure out what they're going to actually figure out where that, we kind of had an idea, but it's going to be anywhere from 5 to 10 acres. And they're going to actually draw it all up. They've got engineer was there and the surveyor and stuff, and they're gonna mark it all off for us. So it's a great thing. And the people there from the South County Alliance were, a lot of them were in tears. They were really grateful that this happened. Especially when I talked to the Secretary of State Agriculture, remember that had that Zoom meeting and stuff, and they were gonna make it happen. Well, they followed through with it. So it's a great thing, especially for our community. I think it's gonna be a good thing, especially when these people start the rebuilding process. A lot of them are rebuilding up there, but it brings the community together, I think is what it is. And it'll be good. It can be used for all different things. We're talking about even forestry classes, a command center for the Forest Service, a gymnasium for the school. There's just so many different things that can be used for. So it's going to be a great thing for our community. And Bill Roby even said that there was more money that they could donate, I guess, into that, because I think we had $367,000 that we raised, but an additional amount of money that will be put into the facility and get it off the ground. So it's going to be a good thing. And and then Eileen's Tiff's 105th birthday. Yeah, Eileen Teal is what it is. And at Bliss Gardens. So it was a great thing. I mean, she's as sharp as a tack at 105. I was amazed. I was amazed. And they did a governor's proclamation, gave to her recognition, and then also from I think it was Joe Patterson's office, and then I did one too. So it was a great thing. It was neat visiting with all those different people there, and they do a great job. They really do for those seniors there.
Great.
That's it.
Well, congratulations on the Grizzly Flats Community Center potentially moving forward. That would be a really nice thing.
Working on it for a long time.
And I know David Church and Associates was instrumental in linking you to the correct people that could make that happen. So appreciate their advocacy.
Yeah, it was really kind of awesome because that call, I was very emotional, and I guess they felt for me and felt for the community, and they said, we're going to make this happen. So that was a great thing.
Great. All right. Well, congratulations. That's great. That's potentially moving forward. So I'd like to start my to and from with reports from the fair, El Dorado County Fair. I mean, just kudos to everyone that came out to support the fair. Congratulations to the fair board, the staff, the community volunteers. My goodness, what an effort on behalf of our community. And the results is that the fair attendance was up almost 15% over 2022. And 2022, I believe, was a record year. In fact, the total attendance was 83,402 people. Wow. And that is a record for the El Dorado County Fair. So that's incredible. Our 5-year average on the fair is only 68,128. So we were at 83,000. So that's a huge boost. And Saturday's attendance was the highest at 24,393. That's just incredible. The fair also reports that they parked almost 4,200 cars over 4 days. And the lot was full at least once or twice, and they had to turn vehicles away, and that local businesses are impacted by fair parking. So that's something that we need to continue to keep in mind, that is a challenge. This was an amazing stat. The carnival increased by 10% over 2022, which was a record breaker. But get this, the carnival was 75% over 2019. 75%.
Wow.
That's incredible. So, and just for kicks and giggles, the 2030 Club sold 9,600 tacos. So
how was the lifestyle?
Those numbers we don't have in yet. So yeah, not yet, but just a banner year. Thank you to everyone. I know a lot of our staff, staffed the bar, and a lot of us, and just, it was a group community effort, and just a big congratulations to the El Dorado County Fair Board and staff for a banner year. That's so exciting. Our community loved it. So as far as some of the other meetings I attended, I'd like to also share my thoughts on the SACOG blueprint. First, I'd like to thank our county staff for going. First of all, we had our Chambers of Commerce, and the city of Placerville was there, but we also had reps from Building and Planning. We had our Building and Planning Director, Econ Dev, Kyle was there, and the CEO's office was there. So, and as well as Supervisor Heidel. So really appreciate our county family and our city for engaging on this. This is such an important effort, because what the blueprint is looking at is how are we going to grow out to 2050. Growth will occur. So how are we going to do it? And how are we going to plan for that in the future? in my table, let me back up a little bit. I thought it was a very interesting initial exercise. And they got us all thinking, if you were to write a headline in 2050, what would your headline be? And the thought is that what do we want our region to be known for in 2050? And at my table, it was quality of life, which I so appreciated, that there was a recognition that we don't want to just grow and change who we are, but that quality of life needs to remain at the top of whatever planning efforts we do. And so also, I was really pleased to see they had done all kinds of pre-engagement surveys as well. And over 80% of the respondents to this survey said they valued ag land and didn't want any urban sprawl in our ag land, over 80%. And there is a strong recognition throughout the SAGHOG region that they value the branding as the farm to fork capital, which certainly fits with El Dorado County in that agriculture is our culture. So I appreciate that, while there is always that urban rural push-pull, there is an overarching understanding of the importance of our ag, not only to feed our communities, but as our branding and our identity for the entire SAGHOG region. So I think we can build on that. And that's something that as I serve on SAGHOG, I continue to beat the drum that whatever we do has to work for the rural economy as well as our urban centers. And one size fits all is not going to fit everyone. So I appreciated that. Water Agency, we adopted our recommended budget. And in our budget, we are putting a lot of focus on additional water storage and water security to fulfill our general plan requirements. And I so appreciate that. While Ken Payne has retired now as our executive director, and I know our new director, Rebecca, is carrying on this great work because we are getting closer for additional water storage in El Dorado County. It's still a long road ahead of us, but the Water Agency approved funding for an EIR for the water reliability project for the Alder Creek Reservoir, and the draft EIR is to be in the fall, which really excited to see that coming. I also would like to applaud the collaboration between our Office of Wildfire Prevention and Resiliency, OWAPR, and the Water Agency. They are collaborating on sharing data through the GS portal. And OWAPR is also working with the Water Agency as far as the Natural Disaster Recovery Toolkit will help document and prepare for our next disaster. So we'll be in a better state next time. So, also our adopted recommended budget for the Water Agency, which I was delighted to see, we added $45,000 to support Ag in the Classroom Farm Day. And whatever Ag in the Classroom does throughout the year, as far as their educational units for their, for school children, as well as their stations at Farm Day or in the community, they always have a water component to help our young people understand the importance of water, climate issues, watershed issues. And I love that we're, bringing the kids up to understand the value of it. And I think that's wonderful to support Farm Day, because next year, while we had 1,365 students at Farm Day this year, we are projected to have 1,600 next year, because Tahoe is coming to Farm Day. And I love that. So everyone's really excited about that. So that's wonderful. And I understand that Tahoe has provided support for that as well to make that happen. So that's right. Okay, good. I'm not done yet, but I'll be right there. The other thing with the Water Agency, which is really important, is we are engaged in a West Slope agricultural development feasibility assessment. And what that does is we're looking at existing ag zone land, and we're determining what is actually developable. Because just because it's termed ag zone doesn't mean that you can develop it or the soil is right. And that assessment will then look at crop potential, which will help us really understand our water need. So I appreciate the Water Agency is taking a really deep dive to make sure that we have the water we need to support our ag, to support our general plan now and into the future. And the consultant on this work is an expert in the nation. He is incredible. And there are a lot of community partners and regional entities that are very excited about this study. So stay tuned. So with that, Supervisor Turnbull, I am done.
I just wanted to let you know that the Grizzly Flat water agency. I mean, you know, anyway, yeah, CSD. Anyway, I haven't called, you know, the water agency and they got it all worked out. So they're in communication now because they were gonna lose that grant if they didn't. So now they're working together and stuff and working it all out. So it's a great thing.
Glad to hear
So,
that.
you know, they said they had no contact since August with that water agency up there. Isn't that amazing? Never contacted the water agency here. And it's just really kind of sad. So now they're moving forward to be able to address all the issues and stuff that's up there was impacted by the.
That's really critical. And I know time is running out on that grant money.
So
So
anyway, and I can't think of her name for the water agency. She's brand new now. She called me,
Rebecca?
Rebecca. And thank you for getting in contact with you.
great, wonderful news. CEO's office.
I have nothing to report, but I do have additional information regarding your previous item when you're ready to
I
hear
think
that.
we're ready because it's not quite, oh gosh, yeah, we're ready.
Okay, let's go back. So this is with regard to the Juvenile Justice Coordination Council. They typically meet once or twice in person annually ahead of the plan submittal. They can meet more often if needed, as they iron out details. It is usually during business hours. It's not at an established time, so they're very flexible, and it's typically in Shingle Springs.
Thank you for that. Really, that's really helpful. So
It's not monthly. It's once or
correct,
twice a
once
year.
or twice a year and additional times as needed pursuant to plan development.
So Supervisor Heidel, were you?
I'm interested, but if Supervisor Turnbull is interested, I'd be happy to,
You know what?
let him participate, or encourage him to participate. How's that? Encourage him to participate.
Being that I meet with the sheriff anyway, so this would probably be a good thing. I meet with the sheriff.
Unless you want to.
No.
She's got enough.
Yeah.
So you're not wanting to take this?
Well, the flexibility sounds good, but I've got Pioneer Community Energy meetings in the afternoons and stuff. So 3:30 to 5 ends up being a pretty busy period.
Okay.
And I don't want to be the person who can't attend.
Okay, so do you make a motion?
I will move that Supervisor Turnbull be appointed to serve in that capacity.
Second. All right. Well, public comment on that.
There wasn't a second.
Yes, Supervisor Lee seconded. Yes.
All right.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. No public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon again.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy to report I'm almost done cleaning house. Thanks for keeping me distracted. I hope you guys are getting to know me, and I do not mean this as a gotcha, but I am very concerned that somehow this oversight developed. I looked up the juvenile justice annual plans submitted to the state, to the BSCC, and it clearly asks, do you have a lawfully constituted what you're doing today? And I'm glad you're fixing it. But in the interest of good governance and quality improvement, I urge you to bring this back with a direction to staff how this oversight happens, because it's not it's different than what the state's been told on the document, and that's not my gotcha. My point is that this is such a critical component. It just touches my heart as a teacher. I know your probation department does great work, but it's coordinating across all the agencies, as you stated in your other public hearings. So critical. So glad that you're getting a superintendent on board. I would point out that AB 702, which is currently being considered, will change the composition of this council to 50% community members. A lot of that kind of community-focused composition, as was shared in your health plan development today. So just something for you folks to think about, that you might continue El Dorado leading the way by increasing community involvement in this important commission or council. Thank you for taking my input.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
Any further comments? All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you for serving, Supervisor Turnbull. Well, with that, we have a 3 p.m. and it's only 2. So we will see you in an hour.
unmuted and please remember to turn your mic on.
Well, good afternoon. We are back again. So with that, we are here to hear our last item of the day, last but not least, item number 43, Kim.
Item 43 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office, Emergency Medical Services and Emergency Preparedness and Response Division, recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessments for the zone of benefit within County Service Area 3 for emergency medical services, and two, adopt and authorize chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report. Supervisor Thomas, can you open the public hearing, please?
With that, I open the public hearing. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Christine Guth. I'm the acting EMS agency administrator. And thank you for accommodating this last and late afternoon hearing on your agenda. So I appreciate that. And the public hearing for this item today is for the County Service Area or CSA 3 benefit assessment. And that supports ambulance services in CSA 3, the east slope of the county. The assessment was adopted prior to Proposition 218, and at the time, state law, along with county ordinance, required that a report be filed annually that listed the number of parcels by use code, basic rate per parcel, the risk rate per dwelling unit, and the total to be collected. So I'd like to note that the exhibit attached to the resolution is preliminary and is still being verified. The columns may be updated to reflect actual counts, but the assessment rate remains the same as it has in previous years. So the final counts will be submitted to the auditor for inclusion on this year's tax roll, and this year's estimated total is $562,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. Do my colleagues have any questions for our staff?
Nope.
All right, very straightforward. Great. Kim, let's take public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi again, Leo Bennett Cochon. Just one question. It's always amazing when a government service can be provided without having to raise assessments, especially in inflationary times. So my question is, how does this miracle happen? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Any insights on how this typically works as far as inflationary factors or the lack thereof?
Well, and unfortunately, as Christine alluded to, we did have Prop 218 that was passed after the benefit assessment was calculated. So there is no inflationary factor included. And because of that, we obviously have to absorb the inflationary forces through other means, through raising ambulance fees, or, in some cases, in some programs, that's a general fund subsidy. So unfortunately, there is no miracle. The costs keep going up, but we don't always have our fees or our taxes increase at the same rate.
And it creates an unsustainable system.
It does.
Which is a challenge.
Right.
Which raises a question. Should we consider putting a measure before the voters on CSA 3?
Well,
At
in
some
CSA
point?
3, so as we talked at mid-year, and you approved a budget transfer today to take care of the shortfall in the current year in CSA 3, there does need to be a discussion about the long-term sustainability. So we'll be coming back to you before the end of the calendar year with some of those options. And of course, that is always an option to look at. And that may very well be among those that we suggest. We're hoping that we might be able to find some other ways to help fill the gap before having to resort to that, but we'll see where it goes.
All right. More to come on that. So thank you, Sue.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. All right. I'll bring this back to the board for any further discussion or action.
I'll just move and approve.
I'll second.
Supervisor
Yes,
Turnbull
Brooke wants
moved.
to.
Supervisor Hydall seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Appreciate
you.
that. And with that, we have done our to and froms, our CAOs. We've done our closed sessions. And it is 3:30.
It's somewhere
306?
between 303 and 306.
Supervisor Thomas, I
305.
probably should have said this, but could we just make an announcement that Supervisor Parlin has left the meeting, coming back at 1 o'clock, and that she was absent for the remaining votes in the afternoon?
Thank you for that. Yes.
And then the time is 3:05.
It's at 3:05, then we are adjourned. So thank you.